What's up, Adam?
From the heartland to the city lights, we stand together proud and bright. Generous hearts and mighty hands, America first in our own land. America first, let's heal our own with love and pride in seeds we've sown. Through trials and struggles, we'll stand tall. America first, we answer the call. Fields of gold and mountains grand, united we rise hand in hand. When troubles brew and times are tough, America first, it's more than enough. America first, let's heal our own with love and pride in seeds we've sown. Through trials and struggles, we'll stand tall. America first, we answer the call. We're giving aid across the sea, but it's time we turn to you and me. Fixing roads and helping schools. America first, that's the rule. In our hearts, the spirit's strong. We know where our efforts belong. With hope and faith we carry on. America first, our guiding song. America first, let's heal our own with love and pride in seeds we've sown. Through trials and struggles, we'll stand tall. America first, we answer the call. America first, in every plea, united forever for you and me.
What's up, Adam?
What's going on?
How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Just doing a little bit of barbecue.
Nice. Well, while we wait for everybody to kind of file in here, I am working on our new merch ad. So I'm almost done with it, and then I'll be ready to chitty chat.
Quick question. The video you sent, the one that goes to NYU Law live/live stream, says Furman Center Policy Breakfast.
Yep.
Okay, the time is time you sent me is 4:31. I don't see them like sitting and talking at 4:31.
4:30. It's 4 hours and 31 minutes in.
Well, this shows that it's only an hour and 54 minutes long, this video.
What? It was like 9 hours before.
Maybe they cut it down. I don't know. Might want to check that link.
I'll go take
Please.
a look at it.
Thank you. How's everyone doing today? Hope you're doing well. How many days left till this election finishes up? Or how many months, knowing these people? God. Yeah, I saw something posted earlier or something about that they were talking about the military can fire on citizens or something. I'm like, listen, calm down. It's probably for rounding up the illegal aliens, the criminals. So, just focus on the election. Don't buy into the fear mongering. So, yeah.
Well, I think that things are starting to crumble very quickly on the bad side of things.
Let's see. It says the Defense Department. This is what Free Prince wrote. The Defense Department, with the stroke of a pen, has quietly codified its right to deploy lethal force against its own citizens. This is not a drill. The reissue of Directive 5240.01 is a declaration of intent. The military, an entity designed for external enemies, now turns its gaze inward, poised to act with deadly precision when the inevitable clash of wills erupts. This design, they anticipate conflict. This is design. They anticipate conflict, and in their anticipation, they prepare the battlefield, our streets, our homes, our lives, and they will strike with the force of a war machine built to crush foreign adversaries, but now aligned to dismantle internal dissent. The facade of representative government crumbles as the state arms itself, not just with weapons, but with the legal and bureaucratic tools to enact violence under the guise of order. What was once unthinkable is now written, approved, and ready to be executed. This is not preparation for defense. This is preparation for domination. Be warned, when the state moves in silence, it is because it expects resistance. Martial law was always the goal. No kidding. We know that martial law has been creeping around since Obama, but considering the amount of illegal alien criminals in the country, 20 million, 13,000 of which, they claim out of the 20 million, only 13,000, I doubt it, are criminals, and, known gotaways that were terrorists, so on and so forth. This crap needs to be cleaned up, and I'm sorry, but, that's kind of what it's going to have to take is, some cooperation between local and, maybe the National Guard, who knows. It's 20 million people on the radar. And, this could be what they need it for. I don't think it's being turned toward Americans, because Americans are not going to act up and not going to get involved in what they want. So it's going to be turned on the people that are out there, the Antifas, the Soros infiltrators, the Federate Front, that are going to be clashing in the streets, where we're going to be sitting in our homes holding down the fort with our neighbors. So, I'm not too worried about it, honestly, in my opinion. Some people might want to fearmonger you about it, but I won't. I just think it's just things set in place. Trump did some things before he left office as well, executive orders, which kind of, federalized the National Guard in a way as well. So, these things are in play, and these are things that we're facing here with the influx of criminals coming across our border that don't belong here. So we got to get them out somehow, and I see this as a tool being used for mass deportation in the next presidency.
Yeah, 100%. But I think that we just, I don't know. I think we feel like we're always teetering right on the whole martial law thing, and they're just waiting to pounce on that.
Yeah, but who is it going to be turned on? Americans or illegal alien criminals? That's a question, and I think it's going to be leaning toward them.
Well, here's the thing, though. We don't. You would hope so, right? But we've got a young population that is disenfranchised, that is indoctrinated. So You know,
I doubt our military is not going to turn on American citizens. It's against their oath. I still believe in our military, regardless of the few woke people that are there, that are, tranny, friggin' whatever the hell, rainbow bright mother lovers. Regardless, they're still Americans and they still have family members here in the US. So unless they're putting all these illegals into the army, then we gotta worry. But I don't think that's the case. That we have a bunch of Venezuelan and Afghani and all sorts of infiltrators within our military. I still believe in our military and respect our military, so I'm not too worried about that personally.
I hope you're right. I mean, I do respect and I love our military, and I think that they are still all mostly good. And I think that the ones that have left in recent years are all good. And our veterans, there's still this. I feel like there's so many factors that are a tinderbox, whether it be, mind manipulation, propaganda, indoctrination, all of these different things that this country has been sort of, being washed through over the last 2 decades is, I think it's taken its toll. And I think that while the American people are extremely resilient, it's going to be a struggle.
Well, Trump says that he has 250 plus generals that are backing him. So, I think the things are on our sides of Americans. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that'll happen, and I won't feed into that fear mongering myself. But yeah, it's good to discuss. It's interesting to discuss, but I just don't see it. And if it does happen, then I would expect inside mutiny within the military ranks, that people would be like, this is going against my oath that I swore and that I hold dear. So I still believe that there are good people in the military, plenty of them, compared to the few that are brainwashed into this woke crap.
It really.
Well, you're already seeing them break ranks,
May I say something?
Absolutely. Hi, Craig.
It really depends on who wins the election, how this document is used. Kamala wins, she'll use the power to cart off all the people she feels can get in the way of her power because she is kind of insane. Trump wins, it will be used to do exactly what Adam said, to do the mass deportations. So it comes down to whoever wins. But the power being out there to be used is kind of scary because it doesn't take many nutcases that are gotten to the ranks to do a lot of damage. An automatic weapon can kill a lot of people real fast. And so if you have an out of control presidency, it becomes very dangerous for those powers to be available, especially if it's turned in against American citizens. Trump would never do it, but I really have no doubt that somebody like Kamala Harris would have no problem doing it. I'll land my plane.
Yeah, most of the vets, Craig, we talk to them on a daily, from colonels to retired generals and all of that stuff that come into these spaces that we talk to on the daily, and they're all, behind Trump. So
yeah, he does have a very strong standing with people, but when Obama was president, he fired all this what he considered dangerous generals, which meant patriotic generals. So there's a lot of people in the higher positions. But
even then, remember when Ron Paul ran for office, he was running against Obama in 2012.
Mm-hmm.
The military overwhelmingly supported Ron Paul, and that's for a reason. They were tired of going to fight wars for special interests. So,
well, some people believe in the Constitution, some people want communism. It's a very small group But it doesn't take a large group to do, like I said, a lot of damage. And it's just frightening that such documents exist, and it's like, all I can say is everybody has to keep their eyes open and their heads on a swivel, because like you said, we have basically Chinese nationals who have come across the border illegally. We have military-age men that come across the border. And I believe what happened in Aurora, where these people get these automatic weapons to take over buildings, and it's like you have CBS or one of the Lane Street media saying, "Oh, they only took over a few buildings." It's insanity.
No, it is absolute insanity. And, considering all that, all the people that they have let in, all these military-aged people, what would, you'd have to kind of have this sort of thing come into place to remove them.
Yes, that's true. You just
it's unfortunate, but it's the only way that, something like that could happen.
That's if the right person gets into power, though. The wrong person gets into power, it's used against us.
Yeah, that's where we say if Kamala gets elected, America's fucked.
Yeah.
4 more years of this jackboot bullshit. That's it.
The FEMA internment camps that they have built would be used.
Since 2010, 2011, they've been building those camps with the turnstiles and.
I mean, they're huge. Yeah.
I think that's what they're housing some of these kids in. We saw footage of it, and it looked like a FEMA camp to me. From what I saw from the outside of what James O'Keefe was covering.
I mean, they take, as fast as the images go up on the internet, they come down. So you have to be quick in grabbing them when they actually appear. And I mean, there's no real way to verify them unless you travel to these places yourself.
Did you remember that footage? People trying to sneak over and videotape the FEMA camps and all the blue plastic coffins that they had stockpiled and all that.
Oh, yeah.
You remember that? That was years. That was a decade ago.
Thousands of body bags.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a decade ago. I'm like,
well, this what we're seeing has been something that's been in the planning for a very long time. And when Trump got into office, it put a big thorn into their plans. That's why they're so desperate to stop him now, because the reason Biden has gone so nuts in the time he's been in is they're playing big catch up, because Hillary was supposed to be president for 8 years.
It was project something or agenda something, and then it turned to agenda 2030 or something.
They keep changing the date.
Yeah, they had to push it back several years because Trump got in the way.
And
gotta love Trump for that.
I mean, I just have a strange feeling, but Kamala is crashing and burning, and as crazy as it might sound, the kildebeest is on deck.
Yeah, I have a feeling too. If they could replace Biden that quick, they could definitely replace her just as fast.
Yeah,
and put the wildebeest in there.
Yeah, they don't care about the law or the Constitution. They've already shown us that, as President Trump has been saying, they ran a coup to get Kamala to run for president because nobody elected her. She didn't win anything in any election, and suddenly she's running to be the president. But she's getting shut down hard, even though they're trying to fool the people with the mainstream media. But I think they're almost ready to kick her, and Hillary's been being loud lately, and she still thinks she's owed a presidency, or should I say, she's owed the coronation to be Queen of America.
Yeah. You know what's crazy is that if they send her to Joe Rogan Experience, oh my God, that's the end of her completely. Any absolute chance. Even right now, I think she has absolutely no chance. It's just the cheating is what we have to worry about. because
the only
nobody liked her in 2020. She got like 4% of the Democrat nomination vote.
I think she got less than
that.
1%.
Less than that. Yeah, exactly. Nobody liked her. Nobody likes her now, and she's been horrible as an administrator. So Joe Rogan will tear her up. I want to hear him bring up, okay, September 2021. Why did you mandate an experimental vaccine? Why did your party label me as a horse paste eater, and you had the MSM doctor my images and make me look pale? He's gonna seriously tear her up. That's gonna be the biggest mistake of her campaign to go on Joe Rogan.
Is this a live, or is he agreed to taped?
I don't think Joe Rogan would do a tape. He'd want to do it live. He'd want to be authentic. At least I believe so. Who knows?
The Fox thing is obviously going to be manipulated. You don't, when you have the opportunity to do it live, why wouldn't you? Unless you're
phone uses MSN. I completely agree. They're crap. They always have been.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if she actually does a live interview. I mean, it would be the final death knell, but it also might be the final ability for Hillary Clinton. I'm here. I'll come to the rescue.
And they're doing it with Brett Beer, the guy who called Arizona early, right? I think.
Yeah. Well, he's a globalist.
He's a little peckerneck.
Yeah. I mean, the only people I liked on Fox left. They're all gone.
Tucker Carlson?
Tucker and Bongino used to be on Fox.
I like Gutfeld.
Glenn Beck.
Glenn Beck was on. And yeah, Gutfeld's funny, and he usually plays both sides, which is good because he's a comedian, so he can go back and forth pretty easily. And I've never seen him. He bashes both sides equally, so that's okay. But
I do like Gutfeld, and I think that he brings some interesting perspective to Fox. But you're right. It's like where they've kind of lost all of their controversial hosts.
I mean, Gutfeld, I'm surprised they haven't fired him, but I guess he probably has such an ironclad contract after seeing what they did to Tucker. And it's late night.
Is it late night? I thought it was on during the day.
Gutfeld, he's on, unless they moved his show, usually he's one of the late shows.
Yeah, he's late. I like Jesse too, though. He's all right.
Yeah, he plays it pretty safe, but he does push the envelopes every so often. Who's the big guy that's always on Gutfeld? The wrestler.
It's hot, stuck to the T.
I mean, he's funny as hell.
Yeah, no, he's great. He's great. Yeah.
But it's like I'm so stressed out because of what's going on in the country, and I'm trying to keep myself okay. When the election's coming close, but they're throwing out more and more crap. The crap level and the trolling is getting so thick and deep. You see brand new people online, and they're super trolls. These like are professional trolls out there trying to disrupt spaces.
Yeah, they're not even new, man. They're 12 with like 0 to like 150, maybe 300 followers at most. And like, okay, if you've had an account for like 10 years and you only have like 0 followers, you're obviously like a deep state op. Either like a bunch of accounts for the DNC has on hand that they go in and jump on all the accounts. It seems like I'm dealing with the same person, but with different names, let's just say.
Yeah, different pictures, different names.
Yeah, so it's an op, man. And these people, I believe that Elon's letting this run so he could bust their ass. You got to catch them in the act of this. And, you know, I think that's my personal opinion on it, why Elon never really like ripped it down to the studs and created a new platform, because there's all these little back doors and all these little
they have a lot
accounts.
They have a lot of tools. And when
you noticed, Craig, real quick, you noticed that they went active after Trump came to X, and he did that interview with Elon on X Spaces. They activated after that, and they started attacking us. And then after the Kamala debate, they activated then and started attacking us again. And then now, as it's coming down to the last 30 days, they've been active like a mother lover.
Yeah, they're going to push it up. It's when Twitter was not, when Twitter wasn't owned by X and the CIA and FBI had their hands in it, they probably created like 50 or 60,000 accounts, like you're saying, and they're sitting there and they have not many followers, and probably they follow each other to make the count come up. So, you know, there could be a whole group, or what is it, sock puppets. They create these data centers where they sit there and they all work in conjunction with each other. And I just think it's going to get so deep and thick with trolling that, like you said, you know, they started pushing. Now, there might be weather manipulation, but now's not the time to have that discussion. The only discussion we have to have now is to get President Trump elected and make sure that we keep an eye on the cheaters so we can catch them in the act.
And he's in a full sprint right now. Like, I'm actually feeling pretty positive.
100% correct. Yeah, no time for that. That's all irrelevant.
I mean, did anybody see Trump's
helping people in North Carolina is very relevant.
Did anybody
helping people get to voting is very relevant.
Anybody see Trump's the Trump thing last night where people got sick and then he turned it into a music festival?
Yeah, the left attacked him all day about it, but like ABC had to fact check it.
Talking about?
I mean, it was great. I mean, it was like, it's like, it proves that, you know, this guy loves the people. He loves America. He's playing all these songs, you know, and everybody's getting into it. You know, he took the people getting sick and kind of raised people's hopes with the music. And I just thought, I've never seen anything like that in my life. And I thought it was brilliant.
That's great. He is a man of the people, definitely. And these people are, you know, on the ivory tower, you know, and they're looking down on us.
He reacts.
Like we're plebs.
He's able to maneuver so quickly, you know. I mean, none of that was planned. It was just like spur of the moment. He said, "This is what I want you to do," and he has at least his close team is very tight.
So we got some people up here. Let's hit up some of the hands. We've got Susan. Go ahead, Susan, and then we'll go to Don't, and then after that, Michael.
Thanks, my fellow patriot. Kimmy, I'm not worried. I'm not worried about this new DOD directive, to tell you the truth. I called my son up. He's, him and his wife are kind of high up in the military. Let's put it that way. I won't tell you his rank. And he went, no, it's just not going to happen. We're not going to attack anybody. So, with that being said, White Hat, I totally agree with everything that you said. It's amazing how, you know, when you see the big picture, you stay calm. I'm very calm. I really am.
Amen.
I'm very calm. We had the starter and we have the finisher. And my cute little story is when I was 8 years old, I lived in East Boston. It's a very Italian area at that time. And JFK was running for president. And he had a parade through downtown Day Square. And he had an open black limousine. And my father went right up to the limousine, picked me up, threw me at JFK. My JFK patted me on the head, then patted me on the cheek. And because I was really little. I mean, I was 52 pounds in the 7th grade, so I can't imagine how tiny I was when I was 8, but I was pretty small. And I'll never forget that day. And then the day he was assassinated, I was in 5th grade, and it was the worst. Believe it or not, that was the day I woke up because I saw my mother crying, my father crying. Everybody was crying. We watched the funeral, on TV at Thanksgiving. I mean, it was just, believe it or not, I woke up at 11 years old. And then when they shot his brother, and then when they shot Martin Luther King, I said to myself, and as a little kid, I was like, why is this happening? And my mom said that there's some bad people. Now, my mom is 97 years old now, and she lives across the street. And I went over there last night, and I said to her, how you doing? How you doing? She goes, hey, goddamn Democrats, goddamn Biden, Kamala, or however you say her name. She goes, we never went through this stuff. When I was a young kid, and when you were little, we didn't have this bullshit. She goes, this bullshit? What is going on with our country? And she wanted me to explain to her, and I kind of did, but I didn't get into the particulars. But I said, don't worry, Mom. Everything's going to be okay. She goes, I just love my Trump. I just love him. 97 years old, sharp as a tack, takes care of herself, not on one prescription med. How about that? Anyway, God bless America. Don't worry. Things may get a little hairy. I'm not saying that they're not. But I think everything's going to be okay.
Let's head over to Don't. Go ahead, Don't.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak. I just wanted to say that there's a lot of Canadians that support Trump. A lot of us, actually. We're big Trump fans. We really hope he fixes America.
You guys here, Don't.
We're sorry, what?
Hello?
Hi, yeah, a lot of Canadians support Trump.
You can't hear him, Adam.
Can you hear me?
Okay, let me cycle them up and bring them back up.
Yeah, he can't hear you, so just hang on one second. We'll bring you right back up.
Go ahead, Michael.
Hey guys, so yeah, I'm also pretty positive, like the other speaker was saying. Trump's in a full sprint right now, and it's awesome to watch. The event last night I thought was great with all the music. The people that were there all said they stayed late. They didn't want to leave. Find out
I was there.
Yeah, oh, awesome. Maybe you can talk about it in a sec. And then there was 2 more podcasts he was on today. He did Bussin' with the Boys, which is a Barstool podcast with a couple former NFL players. And then he was on with what are those young guys named the Happy Dads or whatever, those kids. He did that today, or that got released today. Then he spoke at the Economic Forum. What was that, Chicago today? That was hilarious with a Bloomberg lefty guy interviewing him on stage, just one-on-one. And Trump just destroyed him the whole time, just made fun of him the whole time. It's hilarious. And then right now he's getting ready to take stage in Georgia. So he's back. They have their pre-speakers right now. That black lady that he met down in Georgia at that restaurant, she just spoke. I mean, he's just going full sprint. He told everybody he's not taking any more days off. There's 21 days left. We're down. Like you guys were talking about Hillary. It's too late for Hillary. The ballots are printed. People have voted already. They can't change that now.
Yeah, that's true. That's a great point.
So I mean, we're in the throes of it. This is it. We got to get out and vote. We got to execute, like Dan Bongino says. Get your friends out, But I mean, the polls are shifting, and we just got to stay on it. We got to do our thing. I got to reach back out to a friend of mine that just reached out to me a couple of days ago. Tony Shoup, she does a lot of good work in PA, and she said that she's going to need my help to be a poll watcher. And so I said, all right, I'll get in touch with you. I haven't had time yet, but I'm going to get in touch with her and find out what I got to do. And if I got to go sit there all day, I'll take the day off work and I'll do what I got to do. So, yeah, I'll just throw that out there. Vinny, if you were at the rally last night, tell us about it.
Oh, yeah. No, it was pretty cool. What's it called? I came back home from Indiana, PA, because my wife had to get home for part. So I came home, actually walked holes through my shoes. So I was also getting shoes and waiting. So I've had actually the last couple days haven't been And so we saw the Trump thing was going on. We went. I ran into Scott Pressler, which is cool because he recognized me and said hi. Also ran into Diligent. The night before, we had a thing with Tim Pool was going on, and Diligent happened to be playing it, and I saw my local Republican like chairman lady there, and I was like, wait, this is in my area. So I went and met up with Diligent for dinner, actually talked to Tim Pool, got to introduce myself to him. So it's been super eventful. Then so anyways, going back to the Trump thing. Went to the Trump thing. It was really cool. He was kind of funny. I couldn't believe how much she talked and all that kind of stuff. I kind of had to fill everybody in about how she's actually a snake too, which was pretty interesting. But it went really well. Trump was very fun. But what happened is he kind of answered 2 questions, made a promise to a Gold Star family that he will investigate their son's death. It has to be in connection with the biggest death, with the biggest amount of people who died in the Iraq war all at once. I think it was 30 people, and the government's been super tight-lipped about it. So Trump said, it was pretty funny. He was like, I want to say day 1, but I'm going to say first week because I already promised too much for day 1. So that was pretty funny. Then he, he talked, like, he answered the questions, but because he's just in such rally mode, like his answers were like 15 minutes long. And he would like weave, as he calls it now. I'm not sure if you guys know, when he goes off topic and then comes back, he calls it weaving. It was very good. He weaved a lot. He, hit the classics about the border, making that Pennsylvania, you win Pennsylvania, win the election. Everyone's got to go out and vote. He answered a couple other questions. One about the black community and helping them with inflation. And he pretty much just said he's going to drill, baby, drill and help everyone. And then someone passed out. And so then it took about a half an hour for doctors to help that person out. And it kind of ate up a lot of time. Then they asked Trump one more question. I don't even remember what it was, but in the middle of that question, someone else passed out. So 2 people passed out. And, Trump kind of just like let the doctors do their thing. And then he had them play Ave Maria while we were waiting. And then we sung God Bless America. And then, they kind of asked him, hey, do you want to do another thing? But with all the things eating up his time, him being late a half hour, Kristi Noem, sucking up all the energy in the room and the people passing out, Trump kind of just gave up on it, which was kind of funny. He was like, I don't really want to answer any more questions. And he became DJ Trump, which was awesome because he just kept suggesting songs and then hanging out. And as people left, like, you could get closer and closer. And after the 3 songs that he said to play ended, he literally was like, nobody's leaving. And so then he just started playing more music, and it was really cool. He just like danced and bobbed his head and kind of hung out with us. And it was really cool. And I see the media today trying to spin it, being like, he's zoning out. He doesn't know what he's doing. And it's like, no, that's not what happened at all. He literally cared more about the people at the event. Had them open up these big garage doors that put him actually at physical risk. But it was really funny because he was like, we're going to open up these big doors, and if men come through those doors, you know what's going to happen. So it was pretty funny. Him talking about, I guess, he obviously understands the people are coming after him. But he really wanted to like let the fresh air in there because it was so hot. People were sweating and obviously passing out and stuff. And so he literally just hung out with us, and it was really cool. I'm not sure if you guys saw in my profile, I have it pinned right now. I got him doing the, like, in the middle of the YMCA where he pumps his fist and goes, bam, bam, bam. So I got that, which was fun and cool and stuff. And I got to meet a lot of really good patriots, got to talk to people, got to, the most controversial thing I did, like I said, talking to people about Kristi Noem while she was up there, about how she, actually didn't care about the lockdown, just wanted to lock people down, and the state legislators actually what stopped them, having people be surprised at what was going on. So that was fun to inform people and let them know, not to vote for her or Ron DeSantis when 2028 comes up. But it was really cool. Trump was, charismatic as always, fun-loving. He was very funny. After the second person passed out and they were fine, he literally came up. He was like, I guess we could do another question unless someone else wants to pass out, which was really funny. So he made a joke about it. It was really good. And I had a lot of fun. And I think everyone should go. It was cool because it was a town hall. It wasn't a rally. So it was very like impromptu. And it went really well. I don't know. The best way to put it is like, if you were there, you got to see how Trump kind of loves the people. Like he literally just hung out and, you know, made people feel special by pointing at people, waving at people, dancing. Like, I don't know. It was really fun. I'm very, very happy that I got to have like a special moment instead of just like a normal rally thing where it's kind of the same thing over and over again. So it was really fun.
Did you stay till the end, Vinny? I heard at the very end he actually went down and like signed people's stuff and stuff, like talked to people.
After he did the 3 songs and said no one was leaving, that's when me and my wife left after YMCA. So I guess it was like the 4th out of 6 songs. So no, I didn't stay till then just because I didn't know what was going on, and there were a lot of people and it was super crowded. It took like an hour and a half just to waiting in traffic after to get home. That was like the only downside, but it was a good time. My wife was there. Having a good time too, which is cool because she's not super into doing that because she's really afraid of like losing her political or her career over political stuff. So that was really cool. Yeah, it's the same week that she just got a $3,000 commercial with ABC, so she's not trying to screw that up. So it was pretty good time. But yeah, no, I didn't stay till the very, very end. If I knew he was going to come down, I would have, but it was really cool because I started out probably in the back, like 1/3 of people. And by the time it was over, I was standing like right behind the chairs, like where the chairs were, because people were just filtering out slowly. So I got pretty close. I got some pretty good videos, but the coolest thing was meeting people. And the crazy thing is I ran into, like I said, I ran into Scott, ran into Diligent, ran into a person from my church. And then when I got there where we were standing, my neighbor was literally standing right in front of me. Like, it's such a small world. I was like, yo, and it's so cool. So hung out with my neighbor, made a couple good friends and stuff like that. Like, it was just cool. It's nice being around like-minded people, you know, got into it with some people about Israel in the line, which was interesting, but you know, always advocating, always telling people, you know, register. What was cool is that there were people going around getting people registered to vote. So I was very proud to see that there. And to go full circle, which was pretty cool, is Ashley St. Clair actually bought me a new pair of shoes because I walked a hole in my shoes. So she bought me a new pair of shoes today, which is really cool too. So this week's been coming up pretty good. I got to meet Tim Pool. Ashley St. Clair bought me shoes, got to see Scott. I think I'm going to the Pittsburgh Jets game because I'm going back out west on Thursday after I take my dad to the VA. I'm going to go back out and knock doors out west because it's like so hardcore Republican that you pretty much are like, hey, don't stay home. And then pretty much ask them if they have a plan. It's better than knocking doors where I'm at Doylestown. It's blue. So it's like you have to dance around the question. Out there, I just come up and go like, you voting for Trump? And they're like, hell yeah. And I'm like, you got a plan? And they're like, and then I talked to him about early voting and stuff. And so,
Vinny, did you see Jared there?
No, but Jared,
I know he went to that rally down in New Jersey, right?
Oh, did he? Yeah, no,
I think he went. He's like, oh, it was the nicest people, this and that, but I hate Trump.
Yeah, dude, he told me he said something about like voting for Kamala. But anyways, I'm going to the Pittsburgh Jets game, and I'm gonna go.
What?
Pittsburgh Jets game because they're right now in
Eagles Jets game. Okay.
No, Pittsburgh. No,
Steelers.
Jets. Yeah. Okay. So it's the Sunday night game, and what's cool is Antonio Brown, I guess contacted or talked to Scott and Ashley, and I believe Elon's even going to be there. So I'm going to be going to that
coming through.
Dude, if I can, what's it called? Dude, X Spaces is coming through. You guys are coming through. I couldn't have done any of these things without you guys. Like America Mission has made it so that I can interact with all these awesome people. And yeah, I'm going to go there and we're going to register voters all night while the game's going on. And there's a chance that, you know, I can meet Elon. So if I get to meet Elon as well through all of this, I'm going to be very, very excited. So I'm excited to go and, you know, try and see what connections I can make and help register people to vote. And then, you know, get back out on the trail and start getting people a plan to vote and all that kind of stuff. It's cool teaching people about early voting because, you know, out in Western PA, there's way more families. Like it's much more Pennsyltucky is what I call it. So like everyone's got kids, everyone's, you know, looking like they're busy and telling them, hey, you can vote today. You don't have to get caught up in all that. You don't have to, you know, all of a sudden your kid cracks his head open, you're at the hospital all day, you miss voting. Instead, you're already done, you're taken care of. And a lot of families really like the idea of early voting.
Then you could go drag everyone else in your family out there since you've already got your vote in. You know, Vinny, I've been like, you know, day of voting, but you think about it, like, what is it in 2020? What was it, like 30% of the voting population, somewhere around there, voted? You know what I mean? And we're expecting a turnout like a mother lover. And back then, they had shortages of paper ballots, all this nonsense that they pulled on election day. So it's like, we can't allow that to happen with the influx of people that are going to be voting for Trump, the people that don't usually vote, that realize that their country's on the line and have to go out there and vote. It's better to just, you know, go in person and bank their vote at that point. So like, you know me, I've been like a hard proponent of like go day of this and that, but we're not dealing with that, you know, precinct level voting where, you know, it's your neighborhood and everybody gets together and counts everything, you know, both Democrats, Republicans. It's not that same animal that we're dealing with. We have to go at it multifaceted attack so they don't expect it. You know what I mean? Like,
absolutely. That's what I've been telling people. I'm like, hey, if you're really inspired to go day of,
everybody to vote on election day, you know?
Yeah, well, look what happened in Maricopa County, right? They screwed everything up in the midterms and screwed Kerry Lake over again. So if we attack from, you know, some mail in, some banked early, and you know,
and
a lot on the
day
day
of.
of. Yep, exactly. They can't really plan for it. They can't really handle it. It's a really smart way, I think, to go about it. I know there's a lot of people who don't like it. I get it. I don't want it to be this way anyways, but we have to play the rules that they're being given to us, and then we can change it back. And that's what people need to realize. So no,
if it is too big to rig, you know what I mean? Like it's got to be multifaceted attack, multi-prong, you know, like, because like imagine the influx of people coming in to vote because they're worried. So it's like, okay, we're gonna have paper shortages everywhere, and it's gonna take 3-4 days. Where, as in, if people trickle in their votes throughout the next few weeks here, and you know, closer to the election, the better. But like, if you could grab people that are the low propensity voters that don't want to wait in line, get them in there now. Get them to bank their vote. I'm 100% behind that. Even though I'm like a day of, you know, hand count, paper ballot, you know, like, you know, kind of person, and I'm a strong proponent of that. But that's not where we're at right now, and too much is on the line. We got to get everybody get their votes in, and
exactly.
we got to win this.
It's like the equivalent of being like, I really want to have like a, you know, small arms fight on the ground. And it's like, yeah, well, there's airplanes and submarines involved in this. Like, you know, you're not just going to be like, well, I don't use airplanes and submarines to win this war. Like, you know what I mean? That's how I look at it.
Land, sea, and air, baby. Land, sea, and air. We can't
exactly overwhelm them in every single way. And dude, I can tell you right now, the amount of bank votes and stuff, I think we almost have 400,000 votes for Trump already banked early voting in the state. We only got 12 million people. So, you know, that's not too bad. I think that's pretty good just as a start. And I think Democrats are down 30,000 ballot requests from 2020 already. And Republicans are
you know, they vote
huge
early.
amount. Yeah. So what's it called? Yeah, they vote early and often. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. Like, you know, just talking to people and getting people comfortable with early voting, especially if there's anything that could stop you from going day of. If you have kids, if you have other obligations, if you're someone who, you know, voting that day could just slip by, then just do early voting like that.
My brother's birthday is the 5th, and he's going out of town, so he's gonna go in and go in person and vote early. You know, so
yeah,
better
and be
than
your own chain of
voting
custody
at all. You know.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. People go, well, I don't trust the mail-in ballots, and I go, if you really don't trust them,
just go in person.
Then get yours. You'll have your own mail-in ballot and turn it in. And so it makes it, because what's making me do this, and I'm even doing my ballot that way just because I'm more comfortable with it, is in 2020, my one neighbor, Mrs. Player, was standing right in front of me and said, hey, I'm going to go vote. And they gave her name and they went, oh, miss, you already voted. And she went, I didn't vote already. And I was like, oh, it's happening. And so, like, you know, if you have your own mail-in ballot, no one can steal it. No one can submit it for you. So yeah, the
unless they got a duplicate or something, you know what I mean? But like in that regard, can't you just say right then and there, I'd like to spoil that ballot? You know,
yeah, that's what she had.
you
She had to
have
do a
on record?
provisional ballot, but then you have to
Provisional,
trust.
yeah.
Yeah, you have
But
to
you
trust.
can't even trust that, right? Like,
Yep.
you know.
Exactly. So you know what I mean? There's all different ways. Just go with how you feel, you know what I mean? How you feel moved. I understand the people who want to do it on person day of. My wife's one of those people. She's like, there's no way I'm missing it. I'm not getting a mail about. I'm going the day of. So I'm like, that's cool. There's a chance I could still be canvassing. You know what I mean? I don't know where I'm going to be. I'm going back and forth and doing all these events and stuff. So I just want to, you know, make sure my thing is in. And I also, like I said, don't trust the fact that I already saw my neighbor get screwed even on the day of. So I want to make sure that my vote goes for Trump.
Yeah, so my brother is probably going to go the week before, and I'm probably going to take my mother the day before because, you know, I don't want her waiting in lines. She's got medical issues and stuff. So like the day before in that regard would be much better for her. And me and her, actually, we're going walking around the neighborhood this week to knock doors and the neighboring neighborhoods as well. So
nice.
And these are gated communities, so I think that's like an issue for other people to get into, you know, and knock around. So if you live in a gated community, make sure you hit up your gated community up and you know, reach out to everybody because, you know, you're getting Republican voters. You don't have to worry about, like, these are registered Republicans. You might have some Democrat that switched over just to vote for what was her name? I forgot her name.
Nikki Haley.
Nikki Haley, yeah. It's an easy face and name to forget.
I've met a couple when I was in Doylestown. My second day, I met 3 of those people where I asked, like, what's your number one issue? And then I read off my things and they were like, I didn't hear women's rights in there. And then the one lady was like, abortion. And then what was the other lady? Anything that's not Republican was the other girl's answers. And I was like, you're Republican on my thing. And then it clicked in my head. I was like, oh, these are the crazy people.
Oh, you're the low life that switched parties to throw, you know, spoil
just to vote
Republican
against Trump.
Primary.
Yep. Messed up. But yeah, so I've run it into them. But dude, out west, it's literally just like all good old boys. I literally go up. I'm not even afraid really to knock at night. Like around here, I don't, like, once the sun goes down, I stop it out there. I'm technically allowed to go till 8. So out there, I just ring the doorbell, and when they come to the door, all upset because a lot of times they are. I'm just like, I'm here to ask if you're voting for Donald Trump, and a lot of times I just get like a hell yeah, like, so it goes for, I like spin the energy around. I've like learned to take their weird anger and flip it around. But you know, I will say I've been in some very, very poor rural areas, and let's just say I am happy that I'm white just for that, just for a couple of those areas. Cause I would feel pretty weird if I wasn't. Cause it's like, oh, I blend in. Cause you know, I missed a private property sign the other day and some dude gave it to me pretty hard. But at the end, he kind of acted like my dad. Like it was funny. He was like, you see that sign over there? He's like, that means I don't want people coming up and knocking on my shit. I was like, I'm sorry, I missed it. I didn't mean to do anything. And then he took a deep breath and then he was like,
yeah, don't get shot, Vinny.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to. He took a deep breath.
We need you to knock on some more doors, brother.
Well, he took a deep breath, and then he was just like, everyone in this household's voting for Trump. Now get the hell out of here. And I was like, have a good day, sir. So
hoorah.
It worked out.
All right, let's hit up Don't's been waiting for a while. Vinny, great to hear from you. And always great to have you up here, man. I
miss you guys. I miss my American Mission family. I feel very disconnected. That's why I wanted to just kind of get you guys caught up with me and hear everything that I'm doing. I'm going around carrying the American Mission name. I hope I'm making you all
well,
proud.
we really appreciate you, Vinny.
We love you,
Before
Vinny.
we get to Don't, I just wanted to reset the room. Welcome everybody. Welcome all of our streamers on Rumble, Pill.net, QUX, Kick.com, YouTube, X Live, and of course our listeners in Spaces. I did throw up in the nest. We have new merchandise that we've got pre-order on. You can get a 20% discount on it. It's our Betsy Ross design with "Make America Your Mission" on the back. So we've got hooded shirts, we've got long sleeve shirts, we've got hoodies, we've got vests. So check it out. Get a nice discount on it. And it'll be make good stocking stuffers.
Most definitely. Get over to AmericanMission.com and check out some of the great merch we got there. And I thank all the viewers from all the platforms. Vinny, are you available to co-host for a little bit? I got to run out to the store. You want to hold the fort down with Kim real quick?
Sure, I got an hour till Bible study.
All right, cool. Awesome, man. We got Vinny back, guys. Let me kick myself off the stick, the co-host, and I'll send it to you.
Adam, are you going to play the video stuff or no?
Adam?
What was the question, Kim?
I said, were you going to play the audio stuff or no?
Yeah, when I get back from the store, I got to run out. It's gonna be. I should be like 15 minutes.
Oh, I'm sure we can talk. We can find something to talk about while you're gone.
All right, love it.
You know, something strange I noticed where I am, and I'm in, let's say, I'm in Connecticut. It's leftist as all get out. So you see some Kamala Harris signs, Kamala, and and wall signs, but then all the other lawns are empty. And I'm feeling that there's a lot of Trump voters, but they're just not going to put the sign up because it seems the leftists, the commies, they'll come and damage your property. If
they 100% will.
If they see a Trump sign, you'll see your car get keyed, all sorts of stuff, because the lefties are pretty much psychopaths. So to make myself feel better, every lawn that I see is empty. I assume it's a Trump voter.
You'd think they'd be afraid to get shot or something.
And this is why a lot of Canadians are on Trump's side, is because Canadians had to live under a commie regime for a long time, and Canadians are sick of it. So that's why a lot of people from Canada are on Trump's side, because Canada doesn't have free speech. You don't have gun rights up here in Canada, pretty much. The government can do whatever they want. The Canadian government forced vaccines on people. People were threatened. They'd lose their jobs if they didn't get the vaccine in Canada. So all these Canadians severely protested Trudeau, and now these Canadians are for Trump. And you see these Canadians, they're buying the merchandise, they're buying the Trump hats, the MAGA hats. You see people in Canada wearing the Trump hats because they're sick of Trudeau, they're sick of living under a communist regime in Canada, a socialist country, and they're sick of it. And they're really hoping, they really are, that after Trump fixes America, they're hoping that there's also going to be a revolution in Canada too, to bring back freedom of speech to Canada, to bring back human rights even to Canada, because a lot of these people who say that the Democrats are tolerant, they're actually not tolerant. The Democrats are not tolerant at all. If you have an opposing opinion to the Democrats, then they don't let you talk. There's no freedom of speech in Canada. So these people are not tolerant people. It's the opposite, actually. They're the least tolerant, the Democrats. So in Canada, I just want to say, yeah, a lot of Canadians were wearing the Trump merchandise. We got the hats and everything. We're sick of Justin Trudeau and his communist regime, and it's pretty much a dictatorship up here in Canada. And so, yeah, we're really hoping that Trump wins. I will say, however, it's very clear that Justin Trudeau and the Canadian government, they want Kamala Harris to win. But a lot of Canadian citizens want Trump to win badly because we don't like Justin Trudeau and his communist regime. He needs to go. And unfortunately, dictators don't just remove themselves off the office that easily. Dictators want to try to stay in power as long as possible, and Justin Trudeau is going to try to stay in power as long as possible. So that's why we need Trump to get in there to win, so that not only can he bring change back to America, bring freedom of speech back to America, then hopefully someone could do something about Canada, because it's really bad up here. No freedom of speech, no gun rights. We can't even protect ourselves. Like, the government was forcing vaccines on people, and that was probably what started the big revolution in Canada. When the Trudeau government was forcing the vaccines on Canadians during COVID, that pissed off a lot of Canadians, and that's what converted a lot of them to be Trump supporters. So I just want to say we hope Trump wins, and we're wishing good luck from Canada. Of course, not every Canadian is on Trump's side, but most of us are. The government's not, but we are. The Canadian citizens were for Trump, and we hope he wins, and that's it. And we're rocking the merchandise too. So that's another cool thing. So.
How long has Justin Trudeau been in power? Because it seems like it feels like forever.
Yeah, and when are the when was the next time you could vote him out?
So a lot of Canadians don't vote because it's so corrupt up here. like the elections really are rigged. A lot of Canadians feel that way. So a lot of Canadians don't even vote because one, they're scared to vote because when you vote in Canada, it's a long process, and you can actually then suddenly be called for jury duty, and then all these other things happen when you vote. And also going to those places, to those voting places, they're really corrupt, and the people judge you and they make comments, and you pretty much, we all know that Justin Trudeau is going to rig it. So it's like a lot of Canadians just don't even believe in the voting system no more. They don't even vote because they know it's going to be rigged. So what's the point of voting, right? So that's the other problem with Canada. And then, you know, so Justin Trudeau has already been prime minister now for about at least 10 years. I remember he's already been reelected, and because he first ran, and then I remember he ran again for reelection and he won the reelection. And just so you know, something really interesting was that right before Justin Trudeau was reelected, there was a big scandal with Justin Trudeau. There's been a lot of scandals with Justin Trudeau. I know all the Canadian scandals, but we'd be here forever listening to me. So I'll just say that right before he was reelected, there was a major Justin Trudeau scandal. There was the blackface scandal with the blackface photos. He still got reelected. Literally a month before, when all the Canadians were voting, and it was time for Justin Trudeau to get reelected, there was a journalist that leaked the blackface photos of Justin Trudeau. And then I was expecting Justin Trudeau. Well, how could he get reelected after the blackface scandal? How could he possibly get reelected? And then I was shocked. He did get reelected, Justin Trudeau. And that journalist, I think, went missing. Now we don't even know where that journalist went that leaked the blackface photos of Justin Trudeau. So that's the kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff that Canadians are scared. We're really scared. It's scary living under a communist regime. That's why we appreciate freedom so much more. When you suffer and you're oppressed living under a communist socialist regime of Canada, and you don't have gun rights, you don't have freedom of speech, they can force vaccines on you, you lose your job if you refuse the vaccine. When stuff like that's happening, when journalists go missing, when journalists go missing, like the journalist who leaked the blackface photo of Justin Trudeau, that's the reason. Those are the reasons why so many Canadians are so passionately for Trump now, because they know what it's like to live under a communist regime. And so that's why we want Trump to win. We desperately need him to win. And after Trump fixes America, somebody needs to fix Canada, because we don't know how we're going to do it with living under a communist regime. So, but yeah, the Canadian government, though, they're definitely for Kamala. You can tell they're running all these Kamala ads. If you watch Canadian television, you can tell the Canadian government wants Kamala to win, because they're running all these anti-Trump ads, making him look like a monster. They're running all these pro-Kamala ads. So it's clear the Canadian government, the Justin Trudeau Liberal government, they want Kamala to win badly. And they probably have CSIS agents all over America right now trying to make that happen, because that's our version of the CIA, which is CSIS, which is the Canadian Security Intelligence Service. Canadian Security Intelligence Service, which is our version of the CIA. So Justin Trudeau probably has CSIS agents all over America. They're running all these pro-Kamala ads. So it's very obvious the Canadian government wants Kamala to win. But I'm telling you, a lot of Canadian citizens, we know what it's like to live under a communist regime. We're sick and tired of it. And that's why we want Trump to win. And we really hope he wins, because we need to fix America and we need to fix Canada. And by the way, the immigration issue is not just an issue in the United States. The immigration issue is a huge issue in Canada right now. It's really dangerous up here. And so we need to bring law and order back to Canada, and we need to secure the borders, both borders for Canada and the United States. We need to secure both borders and get Trump elected and fix America and bring freedom back to Canada. So.
Well, during 2020, I watched what happened in Canada, and it was authoritarian fascism. And I was saying on Facebook, probably another reason why I got silence is that we should invade and conquer Canada and make it part of the US, and get the crown out of there, send the crown back across the ocean, because unfortunately you guys kneel to the crown, not you specifically, but the Canadian people, let's just say, are beck and call to the crown. And we broke away from that crown as America. Unfortunately, Canada never did that for itself. So honestly, it's really on the people there to do it, or we're going to have to we go and invade all these other foreign countries overseas. This is our neighbor, for God's sake. So, like, hopefully we could do it peacefully and patriotically.
Did you go to the store already, Adam?
I'm actually at the store right now. That's why I had to close the space and reconnect, because I switched cell towers. But yeah.
Well, I wanted to say, we not only need to repair, obviously Canada, but Mexico is going to need some repairing as well as soon as we can get our shit together. But it's going to be absolutely a requirement in order for us to truly fix this country, and that is to liberate our neighbors.
Yeah, we need a prosperous Canada. We need a prosperous Mexico, so they could help us. Like, look at the southern tip of Mexico. That border is much more easier to control than our vast, wide border. So if we work with Mexico and get them to shut that down, just like Trump did, that was effective border policy there that actually worked.
My concern is that we have a lot of Chinese infiltration in Mexico as well as in Canada. The northern border is extremely porous and not being paid attention to at all. So we do have a lot of Chinese nationalists coming across that way as well.
100%. That's one thing that they do is go through Washington, and that's where a lot of the drugs come through from Canada through Washington. It's one of their routes as far as the cartel goes.
Hey, Kim, I see Cheryl Riley down there in the audience. If she wants to come up and speak, maybe I'd love to get an update from her running against
Yes, Cheryl. Maybe she can come up in a little. She might be at an event. I don't know, but
I don't know either.
She knows she's always welcome. Let's go to Aaron. What's going on, Aaron?
Yeah, what's up, guys? Everybody's favorite anti-Semitic Jew has joined the chat. I would like to ask Vinny, tell me again, how many people, give us a rough estimate, how many people you've registered so far?
I'm not registering, I'm curing. So my thing is to go make sure that everybody has a plan, that they know they're voting for Trump and stuff like that. So my thing is knocking on low propensity voters' doors, people who've missed elections, people who sat out, Democrats that have voted Republican before. That's probably why I get the Nikki Haley people. But anytime anyone has either, I guess, sat out or anything like that. So my mission's a little different. I am going to be registering people on Sunday night though. So, and I did register. So I think I have one because I registered somebody at our local Republican, actually the chair of our the co-chair of our Young Republicans Club. He was like, I do real estate. He was like, I just moved. And I was like, are you registered at your current address? He's like, actually, I'm not. And I was like, yes, I got one. Thank you, Scott Pressler. So, yeah,
Good job, Vinny.
my mission's been more or less finding people who are already registered, but then falter the day of. So, kind of the story that I've been using is the Nevada thing. In Nevada, it rained or whatever the last midterm election, and 20,000 Republicans stayed home, and House went blue. So I use that a lot. And then also if people have kids, I tell people like, hey, you should think about, going early because, anything could happen. I know how the day can get away from parents very easily with small children. And then they go, I don't vote because I'm in this super red area. And I just tell them like, hey, I'm from like around Philadelphia. We got 1 million people who think the exact opposite of you. If you stay home, then it's +1 for them. So we just need you guys to come out because Indiana County is so red. It's literally like 10, 20 to 1. Like I think I've knocked like a little over 1,300 doors, and I think I got three people who aren't voting for Kamala out of all the people I went out there. And then my 2 buddies who joined me who are still out there right now, they were telling me that the one day they were getting all these Democrats that were also voting for Trump. So I was like, thank you, God. So that's been pretty cool to hear. And yeah, it's just it's a different beast out there. So yeah, I'm not registering, I'm curing. So and
All right, I
Okay.
hear you. So give me then a rough estimate of how many yeses you've got. How many people have told you that yes, they'll be voting for Trump?
Oh, so many. Probably out of the 1,300 that are out west, probably 1,250. I don't know, like most. You get a couple people who said they're undecided. And I kind of just make a gut instinct if it's worth a pitch or anything. I had one guy who I just told him, I was like, if you're undecided right now, it's probably because you don't like Trump as a person. And I can understand that he's harsh, but the last 4 years are what you're going to get with Kamala, and the 4 years before that are what you're going to get with Trump. And then I said, I respect your decision either way. And he kind of lit up and was like, thank you. And I could tell I had a little bit of an impression on him. And
Something clicked.
yeah, he just said that.
Well, Vinny, if they don't they have a hang up with Trump, just say, look at the team that he's put around him. Do you like RFK? Do you like Tulsi Gabbard? Do you like this? Do you like that? You like that much better than this. So yeah, that's the easiest sell is to sell them on the rest of the team.
That's true. And what's it called? The crazy thing is like every door's an adventure. Like that's the best way to put it because people are so different. Houses are so different. Like being in the super rural areas, there are houses that are just not meant to be approached. Like they're not built that way. They don't have a front door. They don't have a front door that's available. So you got to get like creative. Like I'll just like sit out there and let the dogs bark till somebody walks outside and is like, can I help you? And I'm like, actually, yeah. So like, being creative with how you go about starting the conversation and stuff. Like in Doylestown, it was much more tiptoeing. And in Bucks County, it was much more, tiptoeing because it's a purple area. Around there, it's so red that only one time that I can really remember where I was like, so you're voting for Trump? And they were like, no. I was like, oh.
Anyone ever mistake you for a Mormon?
I have had some people say the Jesus hat made me a little hesitant, but then they realized it was about Trump. And I was like, I don't know how I feel about that, but I'm glad to have your vote.
Yeah. This is also, you guys are talking about or speaking like my language when it comes to, getting people either to switch their vote or to convince them of voting for Trump or getting them registered. So this is how I work. I would say very simple thing. And this is something that you've said yourself, like vote for Trump, vote for peace. Very easy concept to understand, not that hard. And it's very easy to make the point. Donald Trump, no new wars. Kamala Harris, we have wars. Under Biden, we have wars. Very easy, simple concept. Easily, nobody's going to be able to debunk that because there's nothing to debunk. It's factual, no problem. So it's a quick, easy, witty way of getting people to understand what's at stake here. You want peace? Vote Donald Trump. Simple as that.
And that goes to both sides of the Israel conflict. Whether you're for Israel or Palestine, you want peace.
Exactly.
Like that's Trump's going to get you peace.
And when it comes to register, so this is one thing. Or you could say to a Democrat voter, okay, listen, you don't like Trump, and that person is like, listen, I like the economy under Trump. I don't like Trump. I don't really know what to do. You say, okay, listen, you're not going to be voting for Trump. No problem. You don't need to vote for Trump. You vote for Kennedy. Kennedy is now voting for Trump. Okay, so you're not voting. You don't like Trump. You like Kennedy. Kennedy's on the Trump team. You don't need to vote for Trump. Just vote for the Kennedy team. And that is something that people will be like, okay, I can stomach. Listen, I'm not voting for Trump. You're not voting for Trump. You're voting for Kennedy and his team. And he's going to make America healthy again. You like that, right? Right? Yeah. We want peace, right? Okay, let's. You don't need to vote for Trump. Nobody's asking you to do that. Just vote for Kennedy, and people could stomach that. It's much more easier to.
Well, you could say, what's it called, Aaron? Like let's say you think Trump's a puppet. You think Kamala's a puppet. Who do you want? Whose hand do you want in that puppet? Do you want Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney? Or, do you want Robert Kennedy and Vivek Ramaswamy, Tulsi Gabbard?
Exactly. So you get people to understand you're not going to be voting for Trump because no, you can't. It's profane. It's terrible. It's evil. But you're going to be voting for Kennedy. Oh, okay. That's something that they could stomach. And for people who want to get registered and they're hesitant to get registered, I just say, or they not necessarily had registered. Hesitant. It's that they don't really care one way or the other. I ask them a few simple questions, such as, do you care about your community? Yes, I care about my community. Do you like your community? Yes. Do you want to protect your community? Yes, I want to protect my community. Okay, well, this is how this goes. Politicians are concerned about power and gaining power, and they want to get reelected. They want to make sure that they get reelected. So they're going to go to the places with people who can give them the most power. By not being registered, you can't give that politician power because you're not registered. You can't vote for them. So they're not going to be concerned about your community. So your community is going to be left in the dust. So if you care about your community, you want to keep it up, you want to help out, well, the minuscule, most little thing you can do to help your community is get registered. Like nothing. You're not giving any money. You're not doing anything. Just get registered, and that in and of itself will help out with the numbers. And politicians will be concerned. What about this community? Oh, there's one more voter I need to appeal to. Well, now they're going to be listening to you. So it's a very simple equation. It's easy, simple math. Nothing too complicated. Nothing too fancy. Nothing too sophisticated. You want to be quick, easy, and decisive while getting people to register, or people who haven't made up their mind. There's no time for sophisticated, deep intellectual debate with people right at this time.
Aaron, how does your community like? What is the sentiment there?
I will tell you. You remember when Lee Zeldin ran? We had 84% voted for Lee Zeldin. The rest of them were specifically in KJ, Curious Joel, and they more or less voted for Kathy Hochul because more or less the Grand Rabbi endorsed Kathy Hochul we don't want to burn all of our bridges. So the vast majority of rabbis endorsed the Republican. So if by a small chance the Republican wins in New York, we have an open door because we endorse the Republican, so we can work with people. But in the case that Kathy Hochul wins, we had one rabbi, the Satmar rabbi, endorse Kathy Hochul, in which the KJ people voted for her. So to say, okay, to have an open door. Why? Because we are very protective of our education and so on and so forth. And the last thing we need is the Democrats seeking their revenge on the community by imposing secularist education systems or trying to secularize our communities. So that is basically, so we're very tactical on how we conduct ourselves in politics. But nonetheless, the vast majority of Orthodox just Orthodox Jews, they were voting with Republican 84%. They will be probably going 90 or 95% Republican now. I mean, Orthodox Jews will probably go 100%. Jews in and of themselves, they're secularists, so it'll probably go, I guess this time around, with everything happening in Israel, so on and so forth, I guess this time around, I give it a 50-50. 50% going, with Kamala, but the rest will probably be voting with Trump. I mean, that is huge because we are.
What's the participation rate?
Yeah, vote in blocks, right?
What's the participation rate of your communities?
What do you mean participation rate? How many
have them vote? Like, are they active? Are they really engaged?
So this is something that I'm pretty ashamed of. Why? Because we could do it much more better. I think it is 1/3 who are registered to vote. I think that is the number. I looked into it, and according to my calculation, it was 1/3. And I was like, guys, what the hell are you guys doing? Like, why is it only 1/3? But I think this time around, we'll probably get around maybe more than 2/3, because people here, they remember the Trump years. They love the Trump years. A lot of them don't necessarily like Trump because they're not political. They don't hate him, but they don't like him. But even the non-political people I'm talking to, they're all in for Trump. It's magnificent. By the way, here in New York, you have a lot of people who have put up Kamala Harris signs. Yeah, obviously, right? You'll get that a lot. But guess what? I've seen more Trump signs than Kamala Harris signs, which tells me that even though we're going to lose New York, that's just going to happen. That's how it's going to go. I know everybody is psyched about New York. It's not going to turn blue, but the energy is real. The energy is real here in New York. It's real everywhere. If it's real in New York, that the energy is going around and everybody's going to be, we're going to get a closer amount in New York to Donald Trump. We have the energy throughout all the states. If it is so in New York, then all the states have this energy. So all we got to do is just keep it up, run like we're 3 points behind, and just never become complacent. Don't think we're.
Aaron, are you going to go to the Madison Square Garden event?
Yeah, I'm not going, but yeah, I've heard about it.
Hey, Kim, real quick, I threw the American Mission "We Do Not Consent to Child Trafficking" petition in the nest. if you want to talk about that or move on to whoever. I just want to let you know.
I just have one more thing, because this is what did he post here? Give me a moment. Where is it? Here it is. Nick Sorter posted, "Hey, at Politico, is this supposed to be a hit piece against Donald Trump? Because in reality, it is a massive endorsement. And the hit piece, so-called hit piece, is Feds are sweating a Trump comeback." I'm like, okay, we got to be voting for Trump even harder this time around. I mean, that is an endorsement, if you ask me.
Oh, it's 100%. I mean, that we have got to have that. All right. So yes, I do want to talk a little bit about the child trafficking that's going on. And then Cheryl, we're definitely going to get to you because I saw you come up. I went and watched the Line in the Sand, which is James O'Keefe's new documentary that's on the Tucker Carlson network. If you haven't had a chance to see it, you should see it. I mean, there's a portion of it that talks about child trafficking, but he essentially he takes the migrant route up through Mexico. He doesn't do the whole Darien Gap and all that stuff, but he does start at the beginning of Mexico and comes up and travels with these migrants that are coming through and does the whole experience, goes through the tunnels, gets on the train. He's with Anthony Aguado, who was with Diligent down at the border. So it's a really compelling documentary. And I clipped some of the stuff out about the child trafficking because, I mean, and we've listened to Tara Rodas before, who is the whistleblower for HHS. I mean, the fact that our tax dollars are going to pay for children being trafficked and being sexually trafficked and raped. And I mean, it is the lowest form of, I mean, just complete and total hatred for humanity. These people are evil. And I think it is absolutely absurd that we as the American people, knowing full well that they're using our money to fund these things, cannot stand up and sign the damn petition and get something accomplished. Like we can't just wait for Trump. We've got to start this in motion, just like they're doing with the Kellogg's, standing up and saying, why are you poisoning us and not the rest of the world? It's like, come on. But these kids, and the fact that we are actively paying for them, because HHS and the ORR, which is the Office of Refugee Resettlement, and Child Protective Services and the foster care system, all of them, it is all working together. They're this big they're probably the largest human traffickers, in the world. So
on our dollar.
Right. So please go up and sign the petition. It's through change.org. It's free. You don't have to pay the $3 that they just asked for that for their company. But we really would love for you guys to sign this thing. I mean, I haven't seen anywhere else that somebody's put out a petition like this. We do want to get Truth Trench involved and some of these other partners. But Kelly and I were out there the other night, and I had put together these clips, and we put it into it like I'm calling it a vertical. It's a video article. So I put those in there. There's 3 of them. And we were just like, we should really put out a petition. We need people to at least exercise their voice and say, this is enough. I do not consent to this. I don't want to pay my tax money in come April if this is what you're doing with it. I'm sorry. And I shouldn't have to. If you are using my money to traffic human beings, I should not have to pay you.
No, we don't want to be complicit,
Well, wasn't there that guy? I read that thing about the guy who was withholding his tax money in an account because he was in a moral position against abortion. I would actually love to be able to find out.
Bro, I think
I would love to find out now if he had to give that money over. But I remember he was allowed to be I guess it's like a conscientious objector, where it's like, as long as he had the money like in another account set aside but wasn't giving it, then technically it wasn't like theft or something, and he was actually able to use it and put that money in like a high interest savings account, and he was actually able to make interest off the money completely fine. So I thought that was pretty interesting. I wonder if now that Roe versus Wade got overturned, that he had to pay them that money. But we might be able to do the same thing with this. So that would be like a little rabbit
it's
hole.
definitely something that I feel like it's a no-brainer. And I think that one, they haven't balanced the budget in over 30 years. Why are we accepting that? Like, we need to say, no, this is not an option. This is not for negotiation. You people need to do your fucking job, and you need to balance the budget. And you need to pass appropriation bills, not omnibus bills that don't get read with all of your, fat in them. No more. We cannot stand for this. We cannot allow for our Congress to continue to do this. And I know that, a lot of it is to do with the battles, and I know that it's voting, and I know that we're probably not going to get many replaced this go around because we had to concentrate on Trump. But come 2026, we are not stopping when this election is over. We have got to get we've got to get Congress under control, because we are still operating under the same omnibus bill that Nancy Pelosi fucking shoved down our throats before she left, before she wasn't speaker anymore. So what are we doing? It's been 2 years and we're still under that same shit. No more.
That's why we got to make sure that the Senate turns red, because we don't want to deal with impeachments on day one, because that's what they're going to do. So we need the House, we need the Senate, we need the executive to make things actually happen.
And we need Cheryl.
We need Cheryl. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Speaking of Cheryl, how you doing, Cheryl?
Hi, everyone. I'm good. How's everyone doing? Good, I hope. Wow, this has been great. I haven't seen you guys in a while. I missed you. But I'm holding down the fort here. One woman show, basically, fighting, you name it, every obstacle that can be put in front of a human being. That's what I'm dealing with. I'm not trying to sound like a hero or playing the victim here. It's just the reality. But I've never been more steadfast in my entire life. And I'll tell you what, Maryland is kind of like Canada right now. We are completely run by globalist lunatics, period. The people aren't in agreement anymore. The people have had enough, except for the few who are just crazy, and you're never going to change their minds because they're just lunatics. But you know what? I'll represent those lunatics too. But yeah, I think right now it's anyone's game. And let me tell you, with someone like Jamie Raskin, who is so embedded, here's the deal with career politicians. You notice that they kind of skate through. Well, they do, because they learn the tricks. They learn the media sides, certainly the Democrats I'm talking about, or the rhinos, people that just are shouldn't be in office to begin with, like Jamie Raskin. But it's such a rinse and repeat cycle that they just go through the motions every election cycle. So they'll come out from hiding and go hand wave and go to one parade, and boom, they think everyone's going to love them. This is a very different election here in Montgomery County. So the state of Maryland, the people, I guarantee, are sick and tired of our radical leadership, period. I mean, they are so far left that it is Canada, pretty much. I mean, when I knock on doors, I've had a couple of people, and remember, so we get a database, and the doors that we knock on are those that are registered Republicans or have voted Republican in the past, or independent but lean right. So I don't know why we don't get Democratic voter rolls. That still baffles me, other than the fact there are 700,000 people in my district, and I would need a lot of money to just knock on every door. But I've knocked on a few doors where people are now sort of they're not Democrat anymore, but they're not quite ready to say they're Republican. But their sentiment to me is, look, I can't stand Trump. but I'm going to vote for you. We need some change here. Raskin needs to go. And you know what? Everybody knows that I've been a Trump supporter from day one. I mean, if he walked down that escalator, he proved me to be the best choice in 2016. And I let people know, you know what? I'm a firm believer in you should be able to vote for whomever you choose. And that sounds really kind of rudimentary, but I always remind them the fact that the Democratic Party did not even give people a choice. You know, the party all about choice and democracy. Nobody freaking voted for Kamala. I won more primaries than she has. So I think that really kind of strikes it with them. And I say, don't vote for Trump. But you know who else is on the ballot? That's going to be on the ballot here? RFK. Maybe consider him. I said, you know, because it really doesn't matter if Trump, you know, doesn't win here in Maryland. I would love for him to. But I think that, yeah, just don't vote down ballot. And that's kind of the sentiment that I'm getting. People are actually considering looking at the candidates for a change and finally seeing that the Jamie Raskin has not been a representative to them, has not made their lives better. He's in fact made their lives worse here in District 8 and in the country. I mean, we don't even know who is being allowed in to our county. They're being flown in and bussed in from the border. We're nowhere near a border. And yeah, people are actually being affected by this very, very much. And certainly people aren't too happy with the voting process for which Jamie Raskin votes. I think now they kind of see he's voting for whomever owns him, whoever he answers to, which is not the people. And he doesn't vote for the best interest of the American people, period. And that's where I'm 100% here as an America First candidate to represent our country and definitely represent the constituents here in my county. And that includes the Merrick Garlands, people like that live in my county, which is kind of strange when you think about it. But yeah, so I'm just literally holding the line, watching the media literally commit election interference by plastering Jamie Raskin 24/7. And my race isn't even mentioned. There's no polling on my race. There's no mention of my race. And as a candidate, we get inundated with questionnaires from different organizations. And I'll tell you what, certainly from the leftist organizations, even those that claim to be nonpartisan, there are no nonpartisan organizations in the state of Maryland, period. There just aren't. But the number one question that I get from those organizations and from actually USA Today sent me a questionnaire. The one question they had, not anything about policy, what I stand for. Will you certify this election no matter what? Period. That was their question. And I started to write back and say, well, I certainly will not, I certainly don't trust the election process here in Montgomery County, first of all. Secondly, I certainly will never declare civil war. So maybe go ask Jamie Raskin that question. So anyway, yeah, I got to tell you, it's just been a whirlwind. And I'm definitely, David, up against smarmy, lying Goliath and his minions, period. But we've got to get him out. So people, please get my name out there on other social media. Go to your next door. The funny thing is I get calls from people all over the country that say, I just told my aunt about you. I just told my cousins about you. My sister lives in your district. It's going to be word of mouth for me mainly because, again, I'm frozen out by the media and my race is shadow banned. So much love to everybody that's donated. I still need a little bit of money, not a lot. I'm not Jamie Raskin. I'm not taking dirty money in any way, shape, or form. And definitely, please help spread my name out there as someone that genuinely is running as one of the people to actually represent the people and ensure that we have a better life.
Yeah,
Wow,
everyone.
that was kind of a long rant. Sorry about that.
No, it was great. I love hearing you speak. I wanted to let you get everything out. I think everyone should follow you. I have my alert bell turned on for you. I encourage everybody to do that. You put out great posts. Everyone should be retweeting those. And I think it's CherylForMaryland.com where you can donate. I know I've donated. Everybody should just give what they can because Cheryl's for real and Raskin sucks. So
thank you, Vinny. Yes, it's CherylForMaryland.com or on my profile. I can do a post too. You'll see Anadot. That's what you use to actually donate. It'll take you to a donate page. And I had someone literally send me a check for $3, which sounds kind of insulting, but I wasn't insulted at all because with it, it came with, this is all I can afford. I'm praying for you. Please win. And that made my day. These are the type of people that are donating to me, people that are genuinely praying for change and finally see how dire our situation is here in Montgomery County.
You know what's so crazy, and I'm super excited for you, Cheryl, and I really am pulling for you to just get rid of him. I mean, if we don't do it this time, you're going like full on next time, right? We're gonna do this again.
Oh my God, you have no idea.
Yes.
I am not. Well, yeah. No, trust me, I'm not giving up. No, and you know what? I never even thought for a minute I would be in a political realm. So I never want to be called a politician. I want to be called a public servant. Because that's what I want to be. Like, I'm never going to be the smarmy career politician in any way, shape, or form. And I got to tell you, though, I feel like it was the right time. I'm telling you, it was just like a calling, which sounds kind of silly, but I literally filed the last day that you could file. I was going to wait until 2026 and run for the county council again. And I'm telling you, it's something inside of me. I was like, wait a minute, what am I doing? I saw Jamie Raskin's face in front of the Maryland Board of Elections saying, I'm going to file, with his two little, activist minions standing next to him, meaning he was just going to do the paperwork, right? Like, because he got it. He has it in the bag. He has a picture with Morgan Fairchild. I mean, he's Jamie Raskin. And something inside of me just said, run, period. You're going to run against him. So I called my father. I said, do you think I'm crazy? He said, absolutely not. Let's go. So I did. And it's funny, I believe the day that I filed, I forgot who else. Maybe Hogan came in like right after me. I'm not sure. But remember Raskin, he's such a strategic snake. They all are. Was considering running for Senate, but then he chickened out at the last minute because he heard the rumors that Hogan was going to run. So he chickened out. So he thinks he's got this in the bag. Let me tell you, to me, it's anyone's game, given the crime, given the amount of taxes, given the fact that he's hobnobbing in his little bubble, completely out of touch with reality. Who wears a suit to a frickin' parade? You know what I mean? He's just not in reality. And I'm hoping that people are going to resonate with me. Again, it sounds corny to say I'm one of the people, but I am. I'm at the grocery store going, okay, I can't afford bacon. My dogs love bacon. I know it's not really good for them, but I can't afford it. I can't. Gas, can't afford that. God, can I pay my rent? Oh my God, my electric bill is 4 times higher than it was. So I'm feeling the pain. And yeah, I mean, I'm just hoping that that's what people are resonating with. And let me tell you, here in Montgomery County, the Democrat Party love their signs. I am not seeing signs really anywhere. So right now there's a rule. We have rules here, of course. You're not allowed to put any campaign signs on any public property. So people have to request a sign to put in their front yard or a business. I'm hardly seeing any signs. And I am getting requests for people to put up my sign in their yard, which has been really awesome. But I'm telling you, people are being very silent right now. And to me, that's just a good sign. It really is a good sign. So guys, just pray. I just have a feeling it's anyone's game.
Well, I just got 2 Trump voters at a marijuana dispensary that I was taking my mom to. And I brought my mom's laughing. Yeah, I put you on blast, Mom. But listen, I was talking to them. I brought up Amendment 3 that we have in Florida, and we were talking about it. And then I went into the, 4 more years of this crap. We can't take it. Look at the people around Trump. Even if you don't like Trump, they're like, yeah, we're on board. We're on board. And this is a blue county here in Florida. You could imagine where I'm at, Central Florida. And they're saying that they're in a weed dispensary place. So the workers are here. The people understand what's at hand. They see what they've been dealing with. And I think they're starting, it's getting through to people. And I'm pretty hopeful and optimistic.
Well, speaking of, our villains like Jamie Raskin, and I'm going to get to you in just a second there, Sierra. Hang on one second. We have up in the title to see what our good buddy Norm Eisen's been doing lately. And we were going to go back and watch some of that NYU conference, the, what's it called? I think it's called American Autocracy. And so when I went out there to grab it, or when Adam went out there earlier to grab it, he's like, well, it's not out there. Well, so it's not out there. It's been stripped completely from the internet. But I did find some very interesting sites, and I will put those down in the chat. But essentially, we've got it's called Just Security. And then there's all these, defending democracy websites and all this kind of stuff that, we're advertising this American Autocracy conference, a warning and a response, which I wanted to really get to the rest of it. But so far, I cannot find the video anywhere. But this Just Security thing is, it is diabolical. And the fact that our government is funding these things as well. No, you are not allowed to do that with taxpayer money. You are not allowed to back a particular candidate. You're not allowed, even an incumbent, you can't do that. So why all of a sudden are all of these organizations being funded by our government? I don't get it. Uh-oh, Adam's having issues. We might lose the space.
Bum, bum, bum.
Go ahead,
Well,
Sierra, before we lose the space.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Go ahead.
Hi, you guys. I know that here, okay, so I live in Kitsap County, Washington, Bremerton. I know that here they don't, there's a very big lack of accountability. And I actually was on the phone with one of our district representative's assistants on Friday, and she and I had a very lengthy conversation about a few things, because
Uh-oh.
Are you guys there?
Yeah, we got you back.
We're good.
Okay, sorry. Why is it that if the legislature has the ability to do these things, they are not holding these parties accountable? Because these parties are in a position to lead by example, and their example is criminal law. It's not actual law, or it's not the law that people for societal norms are used to. And she couldn't answer it. She just said, that's a very good question. The only thing that you do is get people involved and get them to vote. And Washington State's a blue state, but it's a sanctuary state. And because it's a sanctuary state, it's abused tremendously. They don't use the term sanctuary. It's supposed to be was for people seeking asylum from those very things, like political prosecution for human rights, activism. And they don't use it. Our legislature spent countless months in court over child trafficking. DCYF passed this last bill reducing youth homelessness. It actually states that it is cheaper to put the kids in foster care than it is to fund the programs to rehabilitate families. And therefore they withhold the funding.
100%. And one of their excuses for all of this child trafficking that they're doing, and the fact that they've lost 325,000 migrant unaccompanied children, that doesn't even count the amount of American children that they've lost. Okay, CPS is involved, which is Child Protective Services. The foster care system is involved, and HHS is basically running this racket. The Inspector General of Health and Human Services. Okay, these are the people that are supposed to oversee that department. Okay, they don't have access to the unaccompanied minor portal. They can't even see what's going on in there. So basically, our government is using our money to traffic children, and it's better for them to get rid of the child to a sponsor home, even though they don't vet it. They're dropping off hundreds of children at the same home. Then they get sued if they keep the child in custody for too long. So their whole deal is, traffickers don't sue, but if we keep these children, then we get sued because I don't know what that mentality is. Like, we're not like, we're gonna sue the fuck out of you for trafficking children.
But the problem is that those people that you have in positions of power, like in our judicial system, these are your judges, these are your commissioners. They are criminal law practicing lawyers. And therefore, they rule against the law. Here in Washington State, they've got criminal code. And in criminal code, to them, it's their law. But it goes against what society's normal standards are. But you've got so many judges and so many commissioners ruling in favor of criminal law that it's what's causing our crime rate, our child trafficking, all of those things to skyrocket. It doesn't make it any better that when they go across country and state lines, because they only investigate up to so many states away. And once they're out of the country, they don't bother.
Well, it's not only that, but I mean, we've got 16 states that have legislated to, they make it easier for them to traffic through those states. So, within every state in this country is within 6 hours of a state that has where they basically can steal your children. So this is a problem. We created this petition because, again, I don't think that, 95% of Americans are okay with them using our tax money to traffic children. I have a real problem with that. So, we're just finally, somebody's got to do something, whether that, we do it legislatively or anything like that. We've got to get the ball rolling on it, though, because we cannot stand for it. I mean, there's got to be some sort of recourse for us not paying our taxes or holding them accountable, because it's the judges and it's these legislatures. They have just totally given away their power, and we can't have it. It's got to stop.
You know what? I'm really, really glad that I checked into this space, and thank you very much for letting me speak. My mom, I understand how people feel that are in that position. So I'm more than willing to help any way that I can. And
I think we might have lost you.
I had a psychic premonition that you guys were talking about Norm Eisen. So
I have bipolar disorder.
Oh, trash. Hey, what's going on? Sorry, Sierra, you're rugging real bad.
Tendency problem. And it's not.
hey, Sierra, I don't think you can hear anybody, but you're going in and out. We can't hear you. We haven't been able to hear you for some time.
I dropped her down, pulled her back up. What's going on, Trash?
Well, I got home from work a little early, and I had a psychic premonition that someone was talking about Norm Eisen. And so here I am. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to stay. I had a couple things to do, but I noticed we're talking about Norm Eisen. So, like, where are you guys at in this conversation?
Well, interestingly, so a couple of months ago, Rose had brought us this American Autocracy conference that Norm Eisen had put on with Bill Kristol and Jen Rubin and a few other, Olivia Troy. So we were watching it, but we didn't get through it all. And so we were going to go through it tonight, and it's gone. They have stripped it from the internet. So
where did you see it?
It was on NYU Law's website, and it was a live stream, but it was out there forever. And then they've taken it down, and I've looked all over the place on the internet for it.
Have you tried taking a link to the media section of NYU website and going to archive.is to see if someone archived it?
I have not, but I have not done that ever. So I just realized that it was gone because Adam's like, I went to where you told me to go to, and this is not there. And so I was like, oh gosh. So I went out there and started looking, and I ran into Just Security website, which is like crazy Democrat, blue-haired goofball stuff. I found Defense Democracy or democracydefense.com. I mean, all these different things.
What's the name of it?
It's called the American Autocracy.
American Autocracy?
American Autocracy. Warnings. Let me get the rest of the.
I made a title of it, Kim. So you should be able to.
Everybody's rugging.
Sorry, I had to get back to my computer. All right. So it is American Autocracy and a warning and a response.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it was, I mean, we watched a couple of the panels because it was like a 7-hour thing. We watched a couple of the panels, and we were just getting to the one it was called This Shit's No Joke or something like that. It was going to be Bill Kristol, Norm Eisen, and Jen Rubin. And I was like, oh, that's going to be real money there.
Okay. I will find it.
But I haven't heard I haven't really been checking on him lately, but I was like, I feel like it's time to check in on him and see what he's been up to. And it looks like from some of these websites, he's been pretty busy.
Yeah. Okay. I'll take a look for it. I was, Millie and I were working on something today and came across old Norm. You guys probably saw that screenshot going around X about the Atlantic saying that Kamala should steal the election. Well, we were trying to find the actual reporting, and we found the article. They changed the title, but I found the article. It was from 2021. It wasn't new, and they changed it. However, when we went into that article, Norm is in there talking about some of those very things you're mentioning right now. I have new Norm content from this guy. Where is, give me 1 second, I need to go to comms response group.
Oh, there's also an American autocracy threat tracker.
Yeah, I saw that. The Project 2025 thing. Oh, by the way, I have a screenshot of USA Today debunking that Trump campaign worked on Project 2025. So if you guys ever need that, I'll put it down in the chat. You guys ever want to use that in response? But this
what we need to do is we need to get one of their think tank plans for the changing of or the whenever they get into power. They've got plans. I would love for us to like run that up and see how diabolical it is.
Wait, are you saying that if Trump wins and he gets into office, what they're going to do if he does? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I already
know
what they're going to do if Kamala gets in. Like, what are the think tanks putting together, like similar to what Heritage did, right? On that side.
I mean, you can go to the Burgoon Institute, but these people they're on the radar. They're never going to put that out. Like we're looking at because they ran a transition integrity project in 2024, and it's on the auspices that Donald Trump wins. And so you can look at Brookings. You could probably find some stuff at Brookings, probably some white papers there. Obviously, you guys know Norm is over at Brookings. A lot of that will be there for sure. A lot of that stuff comes out of Brookings. You can also look up the Burgoon Institute. It's BERGGRUEN Institute. That's Nils Gilman, Rosa Brooks. They were the ones that did the original Transition Integrity Project in 2020. That think tank as well. They'll probably have some stuff in there. They do a lot more geopolitical stuff, but man, do they hate Trump. So you might find it in there. But I would go sniffing around Brookings mainly.
Well, it'd be interesting to take it issue by issue, right? Like, here's the Project 2025 plan, and then here's what these crazy people are, talking about doing. Which one would you prefer?
Well, right now, Amelia and I are trying to figure out a way to get out some information, what the best way it's going to do. Because as you know, ever since the Sunrise Zoom calls, she's been inside these leftist groups. We see what they're doing right now. We know how they're mobilizing this field. We're watching it in real time. And I think we came across Obama's Den of Vipers is what I'm calling it. It's an office that shares 4 of the largest progressive orgs that have really shady past, and they're all ex-Obama, Biden, like senior level staffers, Biden-Harris senior level staffers. They all work out of this institute. These are, we believe that we found the senior leadership of the coup, basically. And we're calling it Obama's Den of Vipers. So more to come on that. We're going to be reporting on that soon. Just need to figure out.
Is there anything that they've I know that they're super duper careful about what they do, but they're also really
arrogant. Shockingly not careful at all.
Okay, so that's okay. They're so arrogant because they've been able to get away with it for so long, right? They've been propped up and basically
pride becomes before the fall.
And they had all the institutes. They had censorship. They had astroturfing. They've got media. They have all institutions. But here's the thing: they're very good at covering their tracks. But when you get inside of their groups with all their shared documents, their tracks are laid to bare. But it's very convoluted. Lots of money laundering. They horizontally align each of these groups, and then there's a throughput. And that is the people that participated in a lot of what happened in 2016 and 2020 are now in government, right? So these people that were these radical leftists and these crazy like race grifting communists, essentially, they were rewarded with high-level senior positions within our government and various different agencies for what they did in 2020. And so the through line with these groups and the Biden Executive Order 14019 connects all of these horizontally connected progressive orgs and these NGOs and these 501c3s. So we're trying to figure out a way to get this out to the public before the election. It's just so much. And that's all I can say about it. I don't want to tip anybody off, but yeah.
I would like you to know that our magical friend Kelly found the conference. So I'm definitely going to find that panel and play it. Sorry, I was just sending it to Adam. Mike, did you say something?
Hey guys, real quick, I gotta go. I gotta do Bible study. It was good seeing you, Trash. Been a little bit, guys. I'll try and be back if I have time afterwards. But it was good hanging out.
Later, Vinny. Have fun in Pittsburgh.
I will.
And Kim, all I was going to say was that Kelly had put that in our chat, so you obviously saw that as well. So
I did. So we'll just wait until Adam gets back to his home base, and then we'll play that. But so Trash, you like you mentioned money laundering. Is that something to do with like, you know, how they've been funding through like the 501c3s versus 501c4s and then padding it, you know, into the different groups like Indivisible and things like that?
Yeah, but a lot of those people that were part of Sunrise and Antifa and BLM and shut down DC and all these, like, you know, unhinged progressive groups are now been given leadership positions within the current administration in various different areas of the government. And so
did you see the senators do that press release the other day where they did a press conference and they were talking about how they were digging into the EPA grants and how they were funding radical climate groups? Did you see
that came from our stuff.
Yeah, I was like that really that goes like that sounds really familiar. I'm like that finally they're like doing something about it. Maybe
it should sound familiar because Millie and I were yelling about it for like months.
Well, hopefully they she was pretty stern. She was like, I mean, we're onto this and we are digging into this because it's like $3 billion or something like that, and like going towards these like crazy radical groups.
Yeah, so like you can actually, if you guys want to know what she's talking about, go to my profile and type in EPA, and it was the Senate EPW. And basically they discovered back in May of this year that some funding from the Inflation Reduction Act in December 2023, the EPA granted $50 million to an organization called Climate Justice Alliance, which is a climate change and justice front for pro-Hamas and terror groups. And I included the full report below the video that I posted of her. And it just came out of the Senate, what was it, the EPW. So it's the Senate, God, it's taken forever to load. Environmental and Public Works, out of the Senate committee for that. And so a lot of that stuff that's in there, we see in the documents hubs that we're in. And we were screaming about how they've taken over the various bureaucracies. They even went so far to like renaming them and changing their logos, like on their documentation about talking about infiltrating all of these things. This is just basically these people were given leadership roles and senior positions across all bureaucracies for part of the steal and part of the coup in 2020. And so the people that are facilitating this are the people that got rewarded doing it in the very beginning in 2020 to steal the election and run a coup. And now they're doing all of this through various different agencies. It's one big steal.
Well, absolutely. And did you happen to see the hearing where the Inspector General for the EPA was testifying, and like he was like legitimately terrified of their criminal arm, and they talked about how they have more weapons than some of our military units do, like anti-tank weapons and stuff like that. It's like, what is the EPA doing with weapons like that?
It was a coup, and our government's been completely weaponized.
Yeah. And I mean, it was really scary. And the guy was, I mean, he admitted that they are very hostile and they don't let him investigate anything. Then you've got the HHS thing where the IG doesn't get to see into the unaccompanied minor portal. I mean, and you know, the stuff that James O'Keefe just put out with the line in the sand. We were talking about that. We've got the petition going for that. But it's like, how are we allowing for them to use our money to break the law?
Well, I don't think we're allowing them, but I don't think that a lot of people even know this. You know, there's something to be said about ignorance is bliss, and I just want to take care of my family and forget politics. So I'm not paying attention. Well, okay.
This is what
and
we get when you don't pay attention.
Well, right. And then also, obviously, the censorship, which is why I go so hard after lawfare and censorship. That's my main line. Because, why? Because people would know this stuff if it weren't for censorship. We wouldn't be here.
No, you're absolutely right. That is the root cause of so much of this. And I know that, we're trying to attack it on so many fronts, but we've got it. And look what they're doing with their food. I mean, how is our FDA not doing their job and keeping poison out of our food?
Did you guys see that protest at Kellogg's today?
Yes.
I'm like, well, they're protesting Kellogg's? Like, what's happening here? Okay, go for it. But like, that was crazy. I did not expect that.
Well, Senator Ron Johnson had that roundtable about the food with Callie Means and RFK Jr. And one of the guys got up there and he showed the difference, the Fruit Loops that they sell in America and the Fruit Loops that they sell everywhere else in the world. And while it was not as brightly colored, it didn't have any of the poisons in it. And he's like, you can give a kid a bag of sugar, you can give a kid a bag of cocaine. They're probably going to pick the cocaine. That doesn't mean it's right. It was just crazy, the stuff that they were saying. And this one lady, she said that this next generation, like the Gen Z's kids are going to have a lower life expectancy than the generation before them. And it's the first time in like human history that this will happen, that the youngest generation coming is going to be the sickest generation. And that's just ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, listen, our government and our country is poisoned, not just by chemicals. We are very poisoned in every way. It's a complete decay. And, vote Trump 2024. We're going to do everything we can to get over the finish line and get him inaugurated. And then we go on offense. And I'll be playing a large role in pushing for all that stuff. And then it's going to take 10, 12 years to get some of this shit righted, but you got to stop the bleeding first. So
yeah, you got to stop the bleeding. And you've also got to have some people held accountable, like right off the bat.
Well, I'm going to leave that to Mike Davis, the viceroy. I think he's got a list.
Right. Oh, it's going to be interesting. I mean, I love all of the stuff that I've been seeing, like people coming out, like when Obama did the whole thing the other day with, the black men. And I mean, the women got up there and were just like, you need to sit down. It was awesome. Definitely a grassroots movement on that part.
And of course, Bill Clinton out there, Bill Clinton out there stumping for Trump. We got Obama stumping for Trump. We got Joe Biden clipping Kamala Harris any chance he gets. Like, the October surprise is going to be, folks, here's the deal. America, make America great again. And puts on a dark MAGA hat and sails off into the sunset.
Oh my God, yes, please. And then they just install Trump right after the election. We don't have to wait.
Well, yeah, like listen, it's gonna be real bumpy, guys. Make sure your families are taken care of and you're prepared. It's gonna be real bumpy. And honestly, Millie's more black-pilled on this than I am, but we're watching them steal it right now in real time. We know what they're doing. We know how they weaponized the last year. And they basically are figuring out ways in various different swing states how to prevent Republicans and moderates from being poll watchers, even though I can tell you that I do know personally in several swing states where that's not the case, where they're blocking them off and trying to staff them with all of theirs. And it's a well-funded oil machine. And it's part of something I was talking about earlier. So again, we're going to come out with that. We're going to come out with it before the election. It's just so much. It's like, here, sit down with me for 3 hours and let me show you this massive octopus infrastructure that is the establishment, deep state, and the progressive left, and all of this money laundering and everything else. I mean, it's just hard to try to grasp it and put it out.
It really is. Who's doing a great job with it too is Ian Carroll. I really like the way that he's able to kind of break things down. And I was talking to Dustin the other day, and I was like, need to read Ian Carroll in on all of this stuff that you and Millie have been working on, because the more we could get it out, the better. It's because it is a lot, and if we can just get some bite-sized pieces past the barriers, so that the masses understand really what's going on. And that's why I think that the child trafficking thing is one that is loud enough. And then the food, that I'm very excited about that. It's very promising, because I mean, there should be some sort of legal recourse as far as them poisoning us. I mean, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, we'll have to see. So are you guys going to play this Norm Eisen thing or what?
Yeah. Adam, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. Let me get up to my office.
Dude.
Yeah, because it's the same length, so you should be at the timestamps that I gave you should work.
Dude, Atlanta is packed right now in Cobb County for Trump.
He's speaking tonight, right?
Yeah, it's there. It looks like it looks like it's all filled in. So soon, I think he's supposed to be on at any moment. I think, if I remember correctly, Savvy told me the schedule. So I think he's coming on soon.
Well, he was somewhere earlier today too, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was at he was at the Chicago Economic Club and just completely demolished that Bloomberg journo hack. If you guys want to see some of those clips, you go to my profile. I put those out. But he absolutely wrecked him. It was Micklethwaite. He's a journalist for Bloomberg. And he just wrecked him. It was at the Economic Club of Chicago. Holy cow.
Yeah, and I'll put that conference down in the bubble too, so you can grab it, Trash, to go through it, because there's some really interesting things in there that I think that you and Millie, looking at it through your lens, might be able to get some more tidbits from it.
Okay. Well, while we're waiting for Adam, I can play a couple of those Chicago Economic Club. Yeah. All right, so I'll do that here. I've got the one right here, and I'll play the second one. So I've got two. They're only about a minute long. I shared them out earlier. So here, we'll do that. Let's do that.
And yes, you're going to find some people who will gain from individual tariffs. The overall effect could be massive.
I agree. It's going to have a massive effect, positive effect. It's going to be a positive, not a negative.
Well,
let me just give me an
example.
I know how committed you are to this, and it must be hard for you to spend 25 years talking about tariffs as being negative, and then have somebody explain to you that you're totally wrong. It'll have a negative. It will have. I'll go a step further.
40 million jobs is a lot of jobs to rely on.
They're all coming back.
Those are 40 million jobs. Those are 40 million jobs in America that rely on trade.
Are you ready? John Deere, great company. They announced about a year ago they're going to build big plants outside of the United States, right? They're going to build them in Mexico.
And you threatened
they're also going to build.
They stop.
That's right. I said, if John Deere builds those plants, they're not selling anything into the United States. They just announced yesterday they're probably not going to build the plants, okay? I kept the jobs here.
And here's where he just eviscerates him, and it's about 19 seconds, and I'll digress.
What does the Wall Street Journal know? I'm meeting with them tomorrow. What does the Wall Street Journal know? They've been wrong about everything. So have you, by the way. You've been wrong.
You're trying to turn this. You've
been wrong.
No, you're trying to turn this into debate. There are business people. There are business people.
You've been wrong. You've been wrong all your life on this stuff. What is the?
Oh man!
Like only he can do it. Honestly.
Look, I know you've been very committed to this, but you're wrong.
He's so nice about it.
I mean, I'm even seeing like the libertarians come out who are anti-tariff. Yeah, Clint Russell just put out a tweet. And I think they're starting to get it. Temporary tariffs to increase productivity and domestic workforce and the reindustrialization of the U.S. is not the same thing as just putting tariffs on. And one of the things that Clint said, I'll read it to you verbatim, because, and again, I like Clint a lot. Smart guy, sharp guy, definitely libertarian. But he says, broadly speaking, I oppose tariffs. That being said, I think it's totally unfair that American companies can't sell to the much of the rest of the world because foreign countries have huge tariffs. Reciprocal tariffs to negotiate them down seems reasonable to me. Tell me why I'm wrong. I said, you're not wrong.
About time, honestly. Like I come from that same sort of background as well, of like, you know, being against tariffs because it's like a tax that gets passed on to the consumer. But in this aspect, you got to come to that realization that, you know, we're not on a fair playing field with other countries. So why should we cut ourselves short? And we got to be competitive. So I've come to accept that and try to convince libertarians to accept it as well.
Well, I remember when Obama
great
was in
point.
office.
I love hearing
When Obama was in office, I just remember, and I was not politically activated at all. I was, you know, living my sweet, blissful, happy life. But I just remember being like, I'm so tired of him apologizing all the time for us, and like he was so weak about it. Like he never took like that hard stance to, you know, back us up. It was like he just sold us out every chance he got. And it was such a breath of fresh air when Trump came in there and was like, no, we're not doing that. And you're not doing that, because if you do that, I'm going to charge you. And that was just so awesome. And it was like, finally, we have that back. We hadn't seen that in forever. I mean, I don't even think Clinton did that. He could just balance the budget.
And one last thing. I'm gonna go to that clip. I want to end my little series of clips here. One more thing. This came out today. It's kind of going under the radar. My post only has 123 likes on it, which whatever. I'm not going for just engagement. I'm saying I wish more people could see it. It was a former CIA officer, one of the 50 plus that signed on to a letter saying that Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation. It had all the earmarks. And he's on with Brett Baer today on Fox News. Listen to his, like, you guys all know I've been talking about the laptop for however. I mean, my God, I've laid out the entire influence and money laundering operation between Ukraine, Albanian prime ministers, and our former counterterrorism chief, Charles McGonigal, out of New York field office. Like, I've laid this out for months and months and months and months. And to hear this, and I'd like to remind people that exit polls after the election, they found out that had they known the laptop was real, anywhere from 6 to 17% said they would have voted a different way. I want you to keep that into context when you listen to this piece of garbage, hack, ex-CIA officer. Listen to what he says about that letter. Listen to this.
That it has all the classic earmarks of a Russian campaign in the way it was disseminated and propagated through media.
You regret signing on to the letter?
Oh, absolutely not, because those words are still true. It has all the classic earmarks. Oh, absolutely not. No,
No, it wasn't true.
No.
It had the classic earmarks, but it wasn't true.
What is not true?
That it was Russian disinformation.
That's not what we said in the letter. Read the actual letter, and we said we do not know if this is Russian disinformation.
It has all the classic earmarks of a Russian information operation.
Exactly. The difference between an information campaign and a disinformation campaign
not get to candidate
and a misinformation campaign. It's not my fault if people don't look up definitions.
I know, but the purpose of the letter is to have an effect. And the nuance that you're talking about here never made it to candidate Biden, because he said it plainly on a debate stage that obviously affected the dynamic. Yeah. Don't you think?
I would absolutely love for all news media to show nuance on all these issues instead of racing to sound bites. And in this case, some news media race to sound bites. That's not helpful for the American people. And I really wish that people...
helpful for the American people?
Well, instead of quoting one sentence from it, if people actually read maybe an entire paragraph, it shows that we don't know if it's Russian.
It affected anything?
I don't know if it affected anything. We don't analyze American political environment. What we're trying to do is point out that this has all the classic earmarks of a Russian information campaign. Not to say it's Russian disinformation, but to say that the propagation through American media and international media has all the classic earmarks of a Russian information campaign, because we've seen it over and over and over again. They love to sow these kind of divisions and exacerbate them. That's not American, that's Russian.
I got you. Yeah, but it ended up being a Biden information campaign because he used it in the campaign and in that debate.
I encourage you to ask
And
him
they
about
also
that.
knew it was real.
They also knew it was real. And what he's not saying here, and Brett Baer's not saying here, because Brett Baer is down the middle 50-50 anti-Trump guy, right? So, you know, good luck on that interview tomorrow with Kamala. But remember, Elvis Chan out of the San Francisco field office of the FBI went to all the social media companies and said there is going to be a hack and leak operation with Russian disinformation, and you're going to have to censor it off your platforms. That's not just conjecture. That's not a rumor. That's actually backed up with receipts. Elvis Chan was fired, and it's in the court documents of Missouri v. Biden case, now known as Murphy v. Missouri. And so they used this to propagate through the FBI to censor American speech, to censor the story. You couldn't even share it in DMs. You immediately got nuked if you shared it or talked about it. So give me a break. I just, the audacity of this asshole. Sorry, but ooh.
Yeah, it sounds like a bunch of CYA for election interference by him, you know?
I
100%.
can't believe that it even came out of his mouth. Like, oh, you didn't read the first sentence.
Yeah, I would encourage Americans to go look up definitions next time they want to talk about something. You can go fuck yourself.
Yeah, you knew exactly what you were doing when you signed on that letter. You knew exactly what you were doing, and you knew that laptop was real. You knew that it wasn't Russian disinformation or whatever. Come on. It just makes me sick.
They had the laptop for a year and a half, I think. So, or
The
maybe
FBI
something
had the
close to
laptop
that.
in December of 19.
Disgusting.
And it didn't come out until for our consumption. Now I knew Millie had access to it. Rudy Giuliani had access to it back in I think it was February of 20, give or take, and they were going through it. And then that terrible human that I'm not going to mention her name, she's a piece of shit, but tried to get involved and try to taint the entire thing. And then the story came out through the New York Post and Miranda Devine in October of 2020. So FBI had it from December of 19 through then.
Ridiculous.
Do you have that clip?
Yeah.
Is it the Norm? Is it Norm Eisen?
Yeah.
Let's hear his weasel. Oh, I hate his voice. It's like, oh God, I can't stand. Oh my God. All right. For the integrity of the space and for my analysis after listening to it, I'll get through it, but I cannot stand that man's voice.
Brace yourself, trash.
It's like listening to Jared. But Kim, you said 4 minutes and 50 seconds, right?
4 hours and 52 minutes.
4 hours. This video you sent me is 55 minutes long.
Oh my gosh.
You got to give me a time
hit
mark.
Play.
Hit play, all right.
Rangappa, who's a senior lecturer at Yale University's Jackson Institute for Global Affairs, was previously a special agent in the New York division of the FBI, specializing in counterintelligence operations. Welcome. And we have Maya Wiley, President and CEO of the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, and she previously served as a Henry Cohen Professor of Public and Urban Policy at the New School. So welcome, everybody. So first question for Congressman Dent. What impact do you see a second Trump administration having on the business, the everyday functionality of bipartisan governance? Because we often hear the question, people who are skeptical will say, well, the institutions will hold. We have checks and balances. So my question to you is, how would this operate with political actors who no longer believe in checks and balances on executive power?
Yeah, it's interesting. When I came to Congress, I used to really believe strongly in this notion of separation of powers. But when I got to Washington over time, it got worse, that we don't have a system of separation of powers as much as we have a system of separation of parties. That is, the members of the legislative body, the Congress, of your party, you feel it's your obligation to protect the president of your party, even if it means subordinating your institutional interests. And I've seen that happen time and again. Frankly, both sides have done it. I'll give you a very specific example. One of the last things I did when I was in the US Congress, I was chair of the military construction VA appropriations subcommittee, and I wrote the bill for military construction projects. Donald Trump wanted to redirect about $3.5 billion worth of military construction funds to pay for the border wall. Now, we can have a great debate whether or not we should be building additional barriers, but an executive cannot move appropriated money, appropriated by law, for one purpose, which was military construction projects, which I should note that the president and the Secretary of Defense at the time, Jim Mattis, signed off on, and we supported those projects, and they wanted to move them for a border wall. And I said, well, it's not permissible. It's a complete violation of Congress's Article 1 authority. It's outrageous. And there were so many folks, I thought my fellow appropriators, I was on the committee, I thought they'd all unanimously say, this is a terrible idea. And that didn't happen, obviously. I just left Congress when this had happened. I had written the bill, and the new year then Trump decided to redirect the funds. So that's a very specific example how Congress surrendered its own authority to the executive. I can make the same case. President Biden was going to move. Well, he's still doing it. He's trying to move hundreds of billions of dollars for student debt relief. I'm not here to argue the policy of whether or not student debt relief is a noble purpose. Question is, should an executive be able to move that kind of money without a vote of the Congress? I think the answer is clearly no. And this is what I have noticed, that so many people have in Washington. I've heard in voters, they would say to me, "Why don't you vote for Donald Trump?" And they'd say to me in 2016, "It's all about the judges." I said, well, it's actually not all about the judges, but that's what they would say. So subordinate your congressional authority to Article 3, subordinate yourself to Article 1. And so we have a weaker Congress. So what I'm hoping for is a divided government. I always think one chamber controlled by one party and the other by the other party actually prevents anyone from doing too much damage. So that's kind of, I've gotten cynical about the whole thing, but that's one thing I have noticed. So sure, that's the answer to this question. But Congress has some authorities, though. It can, Trump has talked about impounding funds. Okay, well then Congress could turn around and say, well, there are things that you want too. We can hold up funding as well. It can be done. So there are mechanisms for Congress to push back. And so in many ways, so I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. All right, George, departing from your considerations of the pathologies of Trump's personality, the impact of him feeling now he would have immunity for his actions, and if we add in the intentions of Project 2025 to, this is a quote, they say there's an existential need for a huge expansion of the vast powers of the executive. So can you discuss what would happen in practice to governance, to the DOJ, to, how people would behave around him, whether it's his cabinet officials or we already know how the Supreme Court behaves, but can you discuss those kinds of things, connecting the executive branch as
Okay. Just gonna jump in here real quick. I see where they're going with this, and it's because a lot of these people are federal employees. They're part of the 2.25 million, what James Bacon calls the DMV class, the unchecked, responsible, not elected people who run the government. The Project 2025 does not create any new powers. It's an academic white paper that they put out every election cycle, and it's a plea from conservatives of how they would like to see a government run. But I'd just like to point out that Donald Trump doesn't need Project 2025 to utilize power that already rests within the executive. So you're going to hear a lot of lies here in just a second. I'd just like to point out that the Office of Personnel Management, it was created in 1978, passed by Congress, was designed to put a check on this administrative state that FDR spun up during his New Deal that created all these government agencies and expansion of the federal government. He wanted it more of like a monarchy type system versus an actual constitutional republic. That was FDR during the New Deal. But the Office of Personnel Management is where the actual management of government employees, that power already rests with the executive because it was passed by Congress in 1978. So just to be clear, that's the truth. You guys know I can show you all of that. So going into whatever I'm about to hear, I just wanted that context of what we're about to hear. But anyway, go ahead.
You might not even have to hear Noam Eisen's voice because he may not be on this particular panel.
It doesn't sound like he doesn't sound like he's on that panel.
Yeah. So, but I want to listen. I want to hear what what they have to say about this, and then I'll play this other one I got. Adam's eating barbecue. He's probably got to lick his fingers.
And if we add in the intentions of Project 2025 to, this is a quote, they say there's an existential need for a huge expansion of the vast powers of the executive. So can you discuss what would happen in practice to governance, to the DOJ, to, how people would behave around him, whether it's his cabinet officials or we already know how the Supreme Court behaves, but can you discuss those kinds of things, connecting the executive branch that as he and his allies envision it, his personality, and the state of the judiciary?
Well, it's interesting because we chatted on the way in, and one of the things that I always observed was the people who understood Trump the earliest and the most, with the most clarity, and I confess I was not one, were the historians like Ruth, and people in foreign policy who studied history, and military people in the military who understood history on the one hand, and also the psychiatrists and the psychologists. And I'm not joking, because they understood the interrelationship between this type of personality, a malignant narcissist, a narcissistic sociopath, call it what you will, a megalomaniac, and the great tyrants of history and cult leaders and whatnot. And what we are going to see in the next term is what we almost saw, or we started to see at the end of the first term. I mean, he believes that everything is about him. There is no other to him. That is his personality. And that's part of the reason, part of the reason why a lot of people don't understand him and don't take him seriously, even though they see a lot of his negative character traits, is they find the depths of his depravity too difficult to comprehend. And that's one of the reasons why I'm doing some of the things that I've been doing lately to try to bring that out. But the point of this is that everything is about him. The government is about him. That's what he wanted it to be and thought it would be his first term in office. That's why he kept talking about my generals and my this and my that. He views, and that's why he would tell people, oh, go ahead and do that. I'll pardon you. It's all about him. It's all about pleasing him and his glory and his power at any given moment. And it's not about the American people, let alone faithfully executing the laws and the Constitution of the United States. And what's going to be different this time around is he understands that he cannot have these people who have these crazy, incomprehensible values to him of worshiping the rule of law and wanting to obey the law and obey rules and worrying about other people and worrying about the public good. Those people aren't going to be around him this time. He understands the need to exclude those people because they kept him from successfully executing the coup that he tried to execute in January of 2021. And so that's one of the things, that's the thing that's the scariest about what a second Trump term would be like. And in terms of the legal protections we have against that, well, I mean, obviously there are the civil service rules, the civil service laws. And I mean, they have a plan to try to get around those. I don't know that it's legal, but they will try. And the other thing about it is if you work in the government, you know, you didn't sign up for this. If you're a civil servant, you didn't sign up to fight the government you want to work for. And so there are going to be some people who are going to try to be heroes and be whistleblowers, and you'll see them on 60 Minutes with their faces blacked out, and you'll see confidential sources on the Washington Post. But then you're going to see a lot of other people who are just going to say, that's enough. I've had enough. I don't want to do this anymore. I could make more money on the outside, or I'm just going to sit out quietly and hide my next 2 years so I can get my pension. And you're going to see a lot of people who think that, you know, their survival is going to depend on pleasing the incoming administration. And you're going to see a lot of people, the people who would obey the law in terms of the political appointees, the people who would have respect for the law, aren't going into this administration, and everybody else is going to have to basically choose between fighting or succumbing. And that's a scary thought. And there's something, you know, I know people don't like the Hitler analogies and so on and so forth, but, you know, Ruth will tell you, and the people who study history the way she does tell you that this is exactly the same kind of personality trait we're dealing, per set of personality traits we're dealing with here. There was something called, and maybe I have it wrong, Ruth, but you would know it because you actually study history. There was something called like leaning toward the Fuhrer.
Oh, working
toward the Fuhrer, where basically everyone, what happened in Nazi Germany is that people didn't have to ask for permission to do things they knew that the Fuhrer would have wanted them to do. And you're going to see a lot of that in a second Trump administration. And an example I think of, which is relatively benign, is remember when they hid the USS John McCain from Trump so that he wouldn't get mad? Like, he didn't ask them to do that. They figured out to do that all by themselves. And that's one of the things that's what we're going to see in a second Trump administration is you're going to see all sorts of people coming out of the woodwork trying to execute his will without even being told. And that's, to me, one of the more frightening aspects about it.
These people, okay, real quick, pause, real quick. Are we gonna do any kind of analysis per section or?
Yeah. Let me just mute him.
Okay. Like, we should probably do analysis per section, otherwise people are gonna get bored, because like just listening to that without any pushback is gonna drive me insane.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it if you would like to.
Yeah, so as we know, the DOD and the Pentagon lied to Trump on a regular basis. They even lied about pulling soldiers out when they didn't do that in Syria. Matter of fact, those people should be court-martialed. I think Mark Milley's pretty scared and Mattis is pretty scared because they directly lied to the commander-in-chief. Second of all, moving the ship because Trump would mad because it said McCain on the side. Okay, I'm sorry. Like, I'm fairly more intimate with Trump than I used to be, and how things operate. I can assure you that's not how it works. That they 100% did that so they could have an attack to go public with in the legacy media to try to attack him for it, and to try to piss off Republicans that were more squishy and middle of the road that had maybe voted for him or were in his camp. That it was designed to piss off the Arizonans and the McCain people. That's what that was for. That's why they did that. And so, but these, like, listen to how this guy's speaking, like what the position he's coming from. I'm going to ask a question. How would he instinctively know that people in an administration would be able to anticipate what Trump wants and then just execute it as if it was whatever to the Fuhrer, whatever the fuck he was saying, idiot. It's because that's exactly who they have in these government positions now that do this without being centrally told. It's the same way that legacy journalists operate. They don't have to have talking points from their editors of what they need to write. These people instinctively know the bullshit that they need to write and the shit that they need to talk to get the spots on the legacy media opinion shows. They know what to say, and the government employees know what to do to support the machine and the establishment and to leak pertinent information. Like, this guy's even, like, he's admitting it. They're going to go on these news shows and they're going to leak all this stuff. And yes, it's called strategic leaking. If you go back and watch Milley's Sunrise Zoom call clip, they talk about it in there. We have our partners in the media that we can bring information to, and we can gum up bureaucratic processes to prevent Trump from actually being able to have a functioning administration. That's why he knows this. That's what he's saying. Again, every time they say something, it's projection, it's mirroring, it's exactly what they have been doing. Like, that wouldn't occur to most people within an honest America First administration. That wouldn't be it at all. It's a fundamental different way of thinking. So for him to even be able to bring that into the conversation and then project it onto Trump, it's because that's what they do.
Well, and I think that they sort of still ran that playbook when Trump was in office, right? But they were subverting instead of controlling, because he wasn't doing what they wanted him to do. And so you're exactly right. Like, they are completely projecting. I did find a podcast that's called Autocracy in America. Have you heard that? Have you listened to any of that from The Atlantic?
Oh, it's The Atlantic?
Yeah, it's a 6-part podcast, and it's called Autocracy in America. And it's Start with a Lie is the first episode. The second episode is Capture the Courts. The third episode is Consolidate Power. The fourth one is Join the Kleptocracy. And then it's got Politicized Freedom. The first one is just an introduction. So there's 5 podcasts. They're about a half an hour long each. And I'll put that in the chat.
I got it.
Yeah.
I got it right here. Yeah.
Have you listened to any of that?
No, absolutely not. I would never listen to that.
It looks like it's just got some real gems in there.
Yeah, and again, he's suggesting that Trump is going to do something like, unconstitutional. That's why I knew what he was going to say before as soon as he said Project 2025, given the panel that's there, That's why I stopped it before we started. I said, okay, I need you to hear this context before we hear what we're about to hear. Pretty sure I was dead on because that's exactly what they were going to do. It's not unconstitutional. It's not an expansion of the executive powers. The executive has 1/100th of the power it used to have before FDR completely destroyed our federal government and our constitution during the New Deal. So, no. But yeah, so we can keep on. I just wanted to push back because it's like these people will never debate me. The only time I've ever had access to people that speak like this, that think like this, that talk like this was like last year when I was doing spaces, and none of them will touch me now. And that's the thing is it requires a controlled, censored, astroturfed echo chamber in order to get away with this stuff. Like if I ever had a chance to sit down with this guy, it wouldn't even be fair. It wouldn't even be fair. And so we never get to talk to these people. Trust me, I try. There wasn't one time when Brian and Ed Krasenstein would debate me in spaces, and they were nowhere near the unhinged lying that they do in their posts because they couldn't. Because I could be there and unmute and say, wait, let's clear this up. What do you got? And so that now they won't touch me either. It's a shame, really, but whatever. I'm gonna have some blood sport, and these people want none of it.
I can't wait. Come on. I'm ready for it. Like, I think we should just start trotting them all into spaces and let you just annihilate them all.
Well, and there's a difference. I will not debate activists because they're intellectually dishonest, right? Like I'll debate people with an agenda. That's fine. I'll debate you if you have an agenda. But the activists, there's no point. There's like people like Jared, people like Tira At, they're operatives, they're activists. I don't know what they are. I don't know if they're contracted, if they're just contracted disruptors. I don't know. But it's bad faith. Like I can handle a good faith argument or an agenda-driven argument. That's okay. I can navigate that. And most likely
because they're not going to move the goalposts,
Right. And so me debating an activist that's always going to forever be lying and intellectually dishonest is a fool's errand. It's not worth the time.
Well, and I think that we all, kind of broke away from any rooms that would bring up those disruptors because you spend so much time trying to win them over, and it is just completely fruitless because they are, like you said, they're paid or they're dishonest and
Disingenuous.
They're disingenuous, and they just move the goalposts because they're like they say it's not happening, right? Or they'll say it's just they completely throw out any sort of reasonable argument and then go back to their talking points and they stay on it. They won't move.
Yep. But I would love to get a hold of one of these guys on this panel. And listen, I'll play their rules. I'll play by their rules. I'll do whatever.
Oh my God, I would love to see you debate Norm Eisen.
Oh, jeez. Oh, God.
I'll pay for that. Let's set up the
dude. I would pay for that. I would pay. I'd be like, look, Norm, I will pay you $1,000 if you let me kick the shit out of you for an hour verbally.
For all of America to hear.
Exactly. All right, we can keep going. Sorry.
So I got to hear a little bit of this. They go on, but toward 42 minutes of it, it's 15 minutes that we're through, but about 42 minutes of it, they start going into the Project 2025. So it's up to you guys. You want me to continue playing it from this point, or you want me to jump forward?
if you really want to flirt with me, Adam, don't tell me that they're gonna go into Project 2025 and lie about it. Don't flirt with me.
Yes. Yes.
So that's what I offered Brian and Ed Krasenstein to debate on Project 2025. They won't.
Ooh, that would be a good one.
Dude, I screenshot the DMs that I sent them. It wasn't just public adding them. I'm able to DM them. So I actually sent it. So I know they saw it. They've intentionally not said a damn word about it. And I know that they know that they don't think I'm just clout chasing on a bigger account. That's not what I'm doing at all. If they engage in that debate, a lot of people are going to listen to it. And they're going to listen to me dismantle that entire talking point. and they know how damaging that will be, especially since they're trying to get money from the DNC. I don't know if you guys saw that, but a lot of leaked stuff came out where they've been advocating, saying that they have this X amount of social network. And I know they've got a bot network, because anytime I look at bots, it's always followed by those two that are in my replies. And like, that's obvious to me what's happening there. And they've been trying to shill for the DNC. That's what this is all about. Try to get some PAC money or some DNC money. And so they will never debate me on it, because they're trying to make too much. They're trying to make money off of it.
Speaking of DNC, I am in the process of moving my bank away from Wells Fargo because of all that shit that came out the other day with them basically laundering money for Act Blue. Did you see that?
I didn't see that, but that wouldn't surprise me. Also, TD Bank just went down for laundering money too. So
yes. Yeah. Wasn't that the Justice 40 thing?
Yeah. All right.
So much.
Let's
Fire hose.
So should I let her rip? Let me just.
Yes.
Man, hopefully I can give some people some talking points if you guys get in arguments with like your family and friends about Project 2025. If I can give the pushback here and actually give some feedback on what we're hearing, I think that'll help you.
So should I play it where we left off?
No, go to the 2025 stuff for sure.
Okay. All right. So that'll be about like 40 minutes in. Let me go ahead and jump there.
Yeah, you said like 42 something.
Most of them enough to sing, and all of those compartments, whether it's checks and balances, the impeachment process, the rule of law, the good judgment of people to not nominate an insurrectionist and felon for the presidency have all failed.
Yeah.
And so it's now just our vote.
Yeah. And that's the purpose of this conference, as sobering as it is, to assess through expert opinion the state of things, as dire as it is. So Maya, very briefly, for an enormous, what would you recommend that people want to do something? We have 3 months.
Yes, that's it. Autocracy only happens when we, the people, don't get together and say, no, you won't. That's it. This is not over. This isn't happening. We have every ability to stop it. If we stop allowing people to be barred from the ballot, if we start addressing directly that diversity, equity, inclusion is actually about a plural democracy, and if we start saying to everyone we know exactly what's at stake, and I mean everything from, do you want to be able to get overtime pay? Do you want to have an education department that invests in schools? Do you want to ensure that people can organize? Do you want the Department of Justice to be the department for the people or the department for the president? What do you want? Because that is what's on the ballot. And if we show up, and this is why voter suppression is such a critical benefit to autocracy, but what we have not been able to, what we have not yet lost, is the fact that the majority of this country actually thinks we need a federal government that serves people, and not a president. And that's our power.
Yeah, well put. So we have
Okay.
time for,
All right.
just
So,
a
ladies and gentlemen,
few
boys and girls,
questions.
we have a.
Oh, sorry, Trash.
So we've got a Marxist on stage. I tell you what, I'll make this easy for you guys. If you, I'll just post it in the chat below. One of the things that Millie from her Sunrise Zoom calls, the Documents Hub that we were in, I have a thread that I put together that Miss Maya here just confirmed that is real. So here we go. Down in the chat, take a look. This was an entire packet of documents that was in this document, and it's called the Facilitator's Guide for Federal Workers, is what it's called. It's down in the chat. You can take a look at it yourself. And it says it's a full document, like a full thing of how to hold Marxist Marxist employees inside of our government can hold training sessions. So when Miss Maya's sitting here talking about being able to organize and have a government for the people, this is the Marxist shit. And that's what she even brought up DEI, for God's sakes. Like it's so crazy. So that was a Marxist call to action, saying you have to vote for Kamala Harris because we need to be able to organize, and we need to be able to have DEI because it means it's a government for the people. Yeah, that's exactly what she meant. And if you don't believe me, you can look at it for yourself. And that whole thread that I just put down there in the chat, it's right here, and you can take it up. You can check it out. It says format, 2 to 3 hour session with 2 guest speakers, lecture, discussion, and action planning. It tells you how to set up the room. It says who to invite for speakers. Listen to this. This is like one of my favorite parts. Who to invite for speakers: a lawyer or union leader to speak on federal employee rights, an organizer or activist to speak on strategy and tactics. Ask your speakers how they want to be identified. If they are federal employees themselves, they will probably not want their agency named. Note, listen to this. We strongly recommend that you include activists and organizers on your panel. Often lawyers on their own will focus on limitations that can be off-putting and result in a less than empowering session. And it goes through what you need for the session, how to set it up, how to do all these things, what to watch out for, how to do it, to have Marxist trainings. And so this federal employee here that's sitting here talking about this, saying that the employee's ability to organize and to usher in this DEI. DEI is not about, race or whatever. It's about empowering and having a government of the people. Do you understand? Like those words, I was angry when I heard that, because I want to be very clear on what the government's role is supposed to be. The government is supposed to protect you. It's supposed to protect your constitutional rights. Having a government of the people means the constituents, not the employees. Do you see what they're doing here? This is the Marxist shit that Millie and I have been yelling about for years. Like that's it. These are the Marxists inside the government, and this is what they're doing. This is what the whole premise of everything that we've been talking about in the last 3 years. You just heard it from the horse's mouth, right there. And I have the receipts down below to prove that that's exactly what they were doing, because this came out of their documents, by the way. How to hold Marxist training sessions with federal employees.
I mean,
there you go.
I don't even know what to say right there. I mean, that just blows my mind. But it also is geared towards this idea that people are civically illiterate at this point, so they can feed that to them. It should be a government for the people, not for the president. You have to have some level of ignorance going on with what our founding documents are. People they don't even know what their rights are anymore. They're like, oh, I have rights, blah, 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 but they can't really defend them because we've gotten to this place where people aren't well-versed on what their rights really are.
Well,
and how the government works.
And you know what? We don't even have to go as far into that. I mean, you're 100% correct. All we have to say is the words. We have 3 branches of governments. We have the executive, the judicial, and the legislative. And the president is not known just by the president. What else is that president known as? The chief executive. So again, it's not a government for the president. It's a government for the employees. No, it's not. It's a government for the constituents, taxpayers, and citizens of this country, not non-citizens, not federal employees. Federal employees don't get to unionize. You don't get to create these unions that we have a government of the people, but only us. And it's only going to do what we want it to do only as employees, not the chief executive and the articles of our Constitution. So again, this is that fundamental, like even just use the words itself and play it out and define the word itself of what it's supposed to be and read the damn Constitution. But again, this is how bad this DMV class of 2.25 million federal workers has gotten. because they
I
truly
mean, and
believe
they're all breaking the law. I mean, like they are not supposed to do any of this.
Well,
I mean, this is part of like.
Do you
that.
remember when Millie and I had a space about the Hatch Act? It was short. It was only about an hour and a half or hour 45 minutes. The reason we did that space on the Hatch Act was so people, it was a primer. So if we could educate people that don't know what it is on how we then went into Marxists within the government and my thread that I put out and how these people are operating. And it's called the inside outside strategy. Okay. This is a Maria Stephan thing. If you guys don't know who Maria Stephan is a famous progressive, grassroots organizer who came out of Columbia University. And she wrote a book on color revolutions. And she's a communist, Marxist, whatever. You guys go look at that thread, by the way. Go look at the thread I put down there in the chat. Take a look at the guest speakers whose names are there. You can't make this up. You can't. You can't make it up. Go look at the names that are on that list. Tell me if you see a one Maria Stephan, color revolutionary, grassroots Marxist communist organizer out of Columbia University. Hey, do you remember when they took over the hall at Columbia University? Who was leading that charge? That wasn't Lisa Fithian, was it? Oh yeah, it was. It was. Communist, Marxist, color revolutionary as well. And so when I hear this Miss Maya person talking, my antenna was immediately up. I was like, that's Marxism. Do you hear it? Do you hear it? So actually, if you could, that's a short clip based on this context. Maybe play it again.
Yeah, we can rewind it back.
All right, let me go back a little bit. Let's see, we're at 46:30. Let's go back 2 minutes. Does that sound good?
Yeah, sounds about right.
All right, cool.
Through expert opinion, the state of things, as dire as it is. So Maya, very briefly, for an enormous, what would you recommend that people want to do something? We have 3 months. Yes, that's it.
Autocracy only happens when we, the people, don't get together and say, no, you won't. That's it. This is not over. This isn't happening. We have every ability to stop it. If we stop allowing people to be barred from the ballot, if we start addressing directly that diversity, equity, inclusion is actually about a plural democracy, and if we start saying to everyone we know exactly what's at stake, and I mean everything from, do you want to be able to get overtime pay? Do you want to have an education department that invests in schools? Do you want to ensure that people can organize? Do you want the Department of Justice to be the department for the people or the department for the president? What do you want? Because that is what's on the ballot. And if we show up, and this is why voter suppression is such a critical benefit to autocracy, but what we have not been able to, what we have not yet lost, is the fact that the majority of this country actually thinks we need a federal government that serves people, and not a president. And that's our power.
Our power.
So we have time for just a few.
Our power. And we need to be able to organize. Do you want, I can actually do her impression pretty well. Do you want a Department of Education that funds schools? Do you want an ability to organize? Do you want a Department of Justice that's of the people and not the president? Let me point out, Maya, I want the current weaponized Department of Justice by the president to go after school board parents, Catholics, pro-lifers, and people who were, I don't know, at a Starbucks on the same day as January 6th in DC, and you're ringing them up on 1512 charges. Yeah, I don't want that, because that sounds like an autocracy to me. It's what it looks like to me. And what I don't want is government employees feeling entitled enough to want to organize and usher in this Marxism. No. If you want to work for the government, cool. More power to you. But that government needs to be efficient for the people because the American taxpayer pays for it. They pay for your job. And I don't want federal employees to have overtime. It's unnecessary. That's not necessary. If you're paid a salary, if you work more hours, that's the deal you make. If you're an hourly, you work your 40 hours, you take all your government holidays, and you go home. I don't want my taxpayer dollars going to fund any of that. So thanks for pointing that out, though, Maya.
Well, and I also think that we need to talk about limiting the amount of time that you can work for the government. I think that we should not allow people to work there for more than, 10 years at most, because these career government employees, they, like you said, they're organizing. They think that they're the decision makers. They say what's misinformation or disinformation. They are the ones that have perpetuated this censorship industrial complex. And what's interesting is that when you listen to the hearings and you hear, like, whenever it is the left person testifying, they are always standing up for the career government employees. Like, they are really nervous about Trump coming in and firing them all.
Yeah, why do you think Northern Virginia, like Alexandria and DC, is 90 to 95% Democrat? Why do you think that is? So no, I don't need you making decisions on a political basis and organizing on a political basis inside of our government when you all clearly are the mob and we are a constitutional republic. The mob is democracy. So when they say our democracy, what they really mean is we want mob rule, we want popular vote, we don't want this pesky electoral college because we want to expand the SCOTUS until we get what we want. Or we want to be able to add more Congress people until you get what we want, and gerrymandering and all these. Listen, this is really telling. I don't think I'm saying anything that people don't know. I don't think I'm on the cutting edge of info here. Although the Marxism identification, and we have proof of it, as I put it down in the chat, that is a little important. I think people should pay attention to that, because when you hear this kind of rhetoric, and then what they're organizing for, what they're scared of, I think is very telling. So anyway. And no, I don't want it.
That we're not yet lost is the fact that the majority of this country actually thinks we need a federal government that serves people, and not a president. And that's our power.
Yeah, well put. So we have time for just a few questions. I believe we have, there's a roving mic. Is that true? We'll take this gentleman, but I think we need someone bringing a mic. Thank you very much. And please, in the interest of time, make your question quite brief.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, one thing that you can do is you can come to the rally, the Stop Project 2025 rally in Times Square this Saturday at 7 p.m. So everyone here is invited. I'm J.W. Walker from stopthecoup2025.org. I want to go back to the thing that you brought up earlier about.
I missed that. Damn it.
You should have been there with all your bells on.
Go ahead.
It was in July.
Obeying in advance, because I thought that was very important. I'm an organizer in the LGBTQ community, and one of the things that we saw during the Pride season this year was a concerted effort to push corporations to pull their sponsorship from LGBTQ Pride events. We have seen a concerted effort around the country to push corporations to eliminate DEI programs. This is a spreading, metastasizing thing that is all about sort of protecting themselves for a possible Trump administration. We've also seen it in the nonprofit world where grantors, we're coming.
We're coming.
Are refusing to give money to certain things because they feel they might be too political or get them in trouble. So I'd love to hear some of you talk about that.
Would someone like to? That's why I mentioned it. We see it with media companies. We see it, it's a huge problem, and it's By the way, it's a problem, and it's behavior that has accompanied other episodes of authoritarianism in the past. Would anyone like to take that on?
Yeah, so we're actually working a lot as a civil rights community with corporations. It's a lot of, and this is exactly the point. When those who support autocracy use their power to create fear amongst everyone, they win. So part of what we have to do is, and I'm just going to say it, I want corporations to be afraid of me. I mean, and I don't mean that in a negative way. I'm all for people having corporations and jobs and some of the good things they do for communities. The point is that they're not feeling the pressure on the other side. And this is when I said we have to say, no, DNI means exactly what it should mean in this democracy, which is that there is a place for all of us. We benefit when we're all together, and that we recognize that if a Sebastian Gorka calls a Kamala Harris in a derogatory way a woman and a colored, that is exactly what happens when you move away from diversity, equity, inclusion. So say it loud, say it proud, and demand that corporations do too.
That's right.
Yeah, so shout out Robbie Starbuck. If you guys aren't following Robbie Starbuck, that man is single-handedly taking down all of the DEI programs from Fortune 500 companies. Like literally. Like I think he's got 9 or 10 under his belt over the last 3 months.
Well, Robbie needs to get to my company real soon.
I did my pause pretty well there. I had a feeling they were jumping in right there.
Dude, it's so Marxist. Listen to this stuff. It's just Marxist drivel. That's all this is. Like, what are you talking about? Corporations need to support DEI because Seb Gorka came out and said Kamala Harris is a woman and is a color. The fuck are you talking about? Like, what? Again, Marxism only works if you're lazy and you perceive yourself as a victim. Listen to that. Listen to it. You can hear it. It's all there. And these are federal workers that are pissed off that Donald Trump will come in, use the Office of Personnel Management, which he's congressionally given since 1978 to do, to put a check on these assholes.
I mean, it's like a national struggle session that we've been stuck in forever.
Oh, trust me, I know.
And also, go ahead. I was going to say, she also wants corporations to be afraid of her, not from the consumer and the pushback from the consumer. Right. She wants them to be afraid of her.
Her, not their pocketbooks. Because capitalism bad, social justice good.
Well, Trash, I definitely think you need to go out to NYU Law and just type in autocracy and go through some of these articles that are out here. It is absolutely incredible the level of Marxism that's going on within a prestigious law
Well,
school.
I'll give you a perfect example. Actually, I was dating somebody 3 years ago. I haven't dated since, but anyway, I was dating somebody 3 years ago. She was in law school. She was 38. She had, worked her whole life. And then she's like, you know what? I wanted to go to law school. So I just took a break from work and I'm doing full-time law school. So like, this is going to sound nerdy, but you guys know you know me. So instead of us going on like these lavish dates, we literally would like order takeout, pick it up, and I would help her with her homework. Like that's what I did. And so basically at that time, especially at that time, because she was working on constitutional law, that was the time of her law degree education at the time. She was doing constitutional law. I was like, oh yeah, tell you what, I'll grab the sushi, I'll grab some sake, I'm gonna come over, let's work on your homework. So that's what we did. And but what's interesting about it was that was my first like direct like line of sight personally into DEI in law school and universities. So basically what you had to do is there was the professor gave like a scenario or a situation, and you had to go out and find case law that supported a defense against this argument, right? And so I was like, oh, well, yeah, let's do this. So basically we spent like several weekends. I just go out and try to find the best constitutional case law solutions. And we came up with some really good ones. And the professor, when she finally presented it and presented her argument in class, the professor said, no, this case law is better. And every single case law that was presented, which we had far stronger arguments in constitutional law that would have been made at the Supreme Court and probably won, like there was clear examples. The professor made her go back and say, you have a choice of these cases. Every single one of them was DEI, every single one. She was not allowed to present an argument that was not bolstered in some form of like diversity, equity, and inclusion type material. So another way I can explain this is you're in mathematics and the teacher says, and the math problem is 14 minus 7 equals 7. And you can't just answer 7. And they can't just ask the question, what is 14 minus 7? They say, if there's 14 black men on this street at any given time, and there's 7 police officers show up, how many black men will be arrested? Like, it's this entire framing of things. And the thing was the professor that was demanding her change her answers were giving far weaker cases that didn't really have a constitutional precedence, but they were won over by some maybe activist judge or whatever, and she was forced to use those arguments in the case law. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And then, of course, obviously we didn't work out, but that's fine. But yeah, like that was just, it had nothing to do with the cases, but it's just crazy because I saw it, like firsthand, I saw it.
It's like a dismantling of an efficient society, really.
It's right. Anyway.
These people are nuts.
That's why you need to fight it, though. This is bad.
It's riddled throughout all of the stuff that's on that website. I mean, it is incredible. And I've just never gone out there. So I was just kind of, it's amazing to me how just a tiny bit of digging and all of a sudden you're in this world of just complete and total bullshit that, I mean, everybody has doubled down on. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, but what you're hearing is panic. They would, if things were going and the getting was good and the grift could continue on and the funding and the grant money that was being, heavily supplied not only by our government, but outside governments and outside NGOs and groups, if the getting was really that good, if there wasn't like a pulse, a movement in the culture, and what Donald Trump, whatever, represents and America First represents, they wouldn't be having this conference and they wouldn't be speaking so plainly about this stuff if the getting was good. So it's a white pill, what I'm listening to. It's also highly aggravating. It's really frustrating. And also what's really frustrating about it is I've been yelling from the rooftop of my little 50,000 follower account and I get suppressed and censored and banned. And Millie and I, she's way ghost banned because of the Sunrise Zoom calls in 2020. And we're just like, we can't get this out. I don't know what else to do. We've talked to Congress people. Now Congress seems to be moving on some of the stuff, but very slowly, very dumbly, because big dumb government. But we're yelling about this. I know you guys have listened to me in this space just now. I know exactly what they're talking about, like to the argument, to the T, exactly what they're saying. And it just feels like I'm yelling into the void.
Well, I think that you're not seeing the level of results that you should be seeing, and yet I think that you're seeing more now, and it is really just going to take that one person that can get it over the top, like a like a Tucker or Diane Bongino or somebody like that can really push it forward journalistically, so that more people find out about it. And I do think that with what we've been seeing going on with the hurricane relief and all of that kind of stuff, each disaster or each time when we're in this state of total complete turmoil, you get more and more people that are waking up going, wait a minute, like these people aren't on my side, they're not helping me, they're not taking the money that they're supposed to be stewarding to support me in my time of need, whatever that may be. So each time that this is happening and the government is breaking down, you're seeing more and more people kind of go, okay, let me take a look at this. And that's where I think that you curating all of this information with Millie is going to be, it's going to be beneficial because it's already done. They don't need to go in and dig. They can just look through and get those pieces out. And hopefully it's going to be somebody who actually can do something about it.
You know that there is good news that I have expanded our network, and as you know, like I host spaces with like Oversight Project and Mike Howell and all those guys over there who are doing really, besides like Stephen Miller and America First Legal and maybe like Mike Davis, that are doing really the heavy lifting, the actually going on offense and subpoenaing and FOIAing and putting all this out in the information and getting it in there. I do have that through line with those guys. But like to that point, I mean, like Dan Bongino's even shouted me out on a show at least 3 times. He's even posted about me saying, "Hey, these are the accounts to follow," and he included me in it. If I ever have a question or something that I want to talk about, he's always responds. So like, I appreciate. I think it's probably just a slow moving thing where over the last 2 or 3 years, coming out of censorship and with Elon buying Twitter and then Rumble doing what it's doing, I think that you're right. I think that we're going to start seeing results and we're going to see them quickly. It's just taken so much time. And like, I'm just like burnt face emoji, man. I'm so burnt face emoji because I'm just like,
Yeah, I mean, you just got to brace yourself, though, because when that dam does break, it's going to come like flooding.
Yeah, I know. Well, wait till you see what Millie has been working on, what I'm working on. And now I won't say anything further, but there's some people with vast resources and connections that are also now looking into this stuff. So maybe it will move like that. Maybe we'll see.
It's been four long years we've been waiting to get to this point, and we're almost there.
It's never going to come. I swear, this is the longest 30 days.
Right?
Ever.
It's a song that doesn't end. But do you guys want to continue this Q&A with the table?
Let me hear the goofballs. One more thing I want to comment.
Right.
One more thing I want to comment on. I want you to notice something of what that guy said. He said the nonprofit NGO money. I think he said like nonprofit or NGO money, whatever. And I said, we're coming. What he's talking about is that I think a lot of these like interconnected webbed people of NGOs and 501c3s and 501c4s, I think that they realize that people are onto them. And I think that some of the money's being diverted, it's moving on. I also think like the cultural winds that are happening are pushing them. And that's what he's complaining about, saying, hey, our money faucet's got kind of getting turned off a little bit. We need that turned back on. We can't have Trump come in because it'll be dried up for good. It's because they're criminals. They're criminals. And we have evidence of their criminality. Boy, do I want to give a receipt on this space right now, but I know it's recorded and I know it's probably on another platform. I can't yet. But let me just say this. Something's very interesting about many of these NGOs and 501c3s tax filings in 2020. Very interesting indeed.
Oh, I mean, that's how they get them, right? It's always the taxes.
Well, that was the one thing that I saw with Black Lives Matters. During 2020, I went to their website and I went to click to donate to check it out, see the process, and it redirected me right to Act Blue. And I started talking crap on Facebook about it. And yeah, that was like my account was nuked at that point. But
well, Act Blue's in big trouble.
Oh, they're in big trouble. And its epicenter is Virginia right now. You guys saw Sir Major just got convicted down in Georgia. So if you guys remember Sir Major floating around all the
spaces. Yeah. No, I speak with him all the time. So he did get convicted?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Is that pasty black dude?
Yeah. Yeah. Him and Sean King, Talcum X. No,
Talcum.
He just got he just got convicted down in Georgia. He's gonna be serving some time.
Yeah, that one is it's sort of a textbook case of, he
grifted off BLM.
Exactly.
That's what it was. That's what the case was. He's gone. I was wondering why he was doing so many spaces and always showing up in my spaces and everybody's spaces. I was like, first of all, bro, I'm not bringing you up, just to be clear. Like, I had no interest. Second of all, now I know. He was trying to change public opinion, and that ain't working.
And to think that that summer, where BLM was collecting money worldwide to fund the DNC's campaign, essentially, like AOC, you want to know what RICO is? You're gonna find out. You're gonna see the biggest RICO case ever, probably.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about here. This is a RICO on steroids. And they have really bad problems with their tax filings on these 501c3 supposedly nonprofit, nonpartisan organizations and their 2020 filings. So good luck to you guys. If you're listening, I wish you well. The problem is that we already have your receipts. So you can go and delete whatever you want. We already have it. So I wish you well. Best wishes, best luck. Good luck to you. And to the Marxist government employees that are listening, not the run-of-the-mill people who may be Democrat that live in Northern Virginia or DC, and maybe they're just collectively Democrat. They've been Democrat their whole lives and they work for the government. I'm not talking about you. But if you're listening, anybody listening, or if like the New York Times or Washington Post wants to write another hit piece, the haters and losers are welcome to listen because I know you've already done it. Renee DeResta, if you're listening, you can write about me in your book again if you'd like, because you already did once. So again, I welcome all the haters and losers just as much as I love all the America First people and the unwitting Democrats that just maybe disagree with me politically. I welcome you too. And but just know, the people that like Maya on stage there, bless your heart.
Well, I think you have the RICO. I think
Bless
you
your
have
heart,
the RICO. Think about the HHS and all of those NGOs that are smuggling all of these people into our country. I mean, the RICO case on that has got to be just off the charts.
Yes, ma'am. All right, let's get on to the next question for this panel. Hopefully, it's just as entertaining as the last.
Thank you.
I'm here for it.
We're going to take another question. Yes. Yeah, that's fine. Does someone have a mic that side of the room?
Why are they always nasally and boring?
Thank you. Going to your point about voting, I'm a little bit negative about that being the last thing, because I think even if we vote, and I think after what happened this weekend, we see a movement starting and people and the young people getting very excited. Even if we win, it's not going to be enough, because we know that they are talking about civil war and they're getting prepared. And I think we have to think further than voting, even though I fully agree with what you're saying, but what else can we do?
Oh, my point from the beginning is it's not over with an election, even if the autocrat doesn't win, because the forces that have created this movement for autocracy are well-financed and are not going away. That's not my point. We've been fighting this, but I just want to say it, because I've been Black all my life.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
There's never been a day we haven't had to fight for democracy in my lifetime, in my parents' lifetime, in their parents' lifetime. Democracy is not a promise. It's a commitment. So let's stay committed.
Would someone else like to comment on?
Okay, all right. Listen,
They need to be committed.
I'm sure that nice, sweet Hispanic lady that just spoke, I'm sure she's a very nice person. So I have nothing to say about her. I think that she's been brainwashed by Joy Reid and MSNBC and a little bit of part of CNN. Like, I think that's what I heard there. That's actually what I heard there. She might be even a government employee. And so she might be very fearful. If you believe that you're an informed person because you watch MSNBC, I actually understand probably what that woman's going through. So I have no beef with her. But the very answer was an autocratic answer. Look, listen, I'm an authority. I've been Black my whole life, okay? So I know victim Olympics and oppression, and I'm a woman, and I'm a lesbian vagina, all the things. I have all the check boxes, I know. So like my point with this, my problem with this is that they
Sorry, I was trying to bring someone up on stage. There's a glitch. My apologies, Trash. Should be able to unmute.
Yeah. So again, listen, what makes me angry, what pisses me off about this is that poor woman, she might be a government employee, she might be a sweet little Latino lady, and she thinks she's informed by watching MSNBC. And she probably has genuine fears because she feels like she's informed because she watches those things. And so, like, I don't have a beef with her. I would like to talk to her. We'd like to sit down and actually hear her fears and be like, okay, well, look, let me give you some evidence. Let me show you what's going on here. But the response by Maya to call on her DEI checklist stuff before she makes a statement, which essentially lends what she would propose to do would be an actual autocratic solution, meaning, again, projection, the same thing. They did a transition integrity project 2024. They actually did one, but they didn't release the report. They kept it close. They wouldn't let us get our hands on it. So they fed it to a couple journalistic outlets like WAPO and New York Times, and they did a very editorialized rundown of what they did. But we can I've talked to everybody, all my connections. I've exhausted them all the way inside DC to get my hands on it just to see what they said, and you can't. You just cannot, and they're protecting it. But basically what's going to follow on that answer is going to be something autocratic. It's going to be something along the lines of, even if he loses, well, the theme of autocracy is already here. And the theme of putting in an autocrat, it's going to be a forever battle. Therefore, you need to fund us and we need to fight this and so on and so forth. It's going to be an ongoing thing. And we're going to do very autocratic things to get to those ends because it's saving our democracy, quote unquote. That's how she's approaching this answer. And it bothers me when people hide behind race or their sexual status or their gender as a precursor to what they're about to say that's going to be autocratic, because everyone that checks any box above and beyond white Americans should be very fearful. And therefore, you should be looking to people who are going to provide you solutions. And those people are going to provide you with very Marxist, autocratic solutions. It's a formula. And you heard her do it. Can you play that one more time for me, please? I just want to hear it one more time in that context so I can be crystal clear and crystallize my point.
I mean, I feel like it should be a ringtone.
Oh.
Hi, Shay. I don't know you, but hello.
Hey, hello. I'm Shay from New York. I want to hear it one more time too, because it's fucking ridiculous. Can I curse?
Yes.
Yes, you can curse.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm so tired of the bullshit and the propaganda and the false narrative of hiding behind blackness. Answer the fucking question. It's
Shay,
like, sir,
you're after my heart, Shay. You're after my heart. I'm digging
Get the
that
hell
flavor
outta
of
here.
bubble gum. I'm digging your flavor of bubble gum that you got right there.
I'm trying to tell you. Can you show me the bathroom, ma'am or sir? Well, you know I'm black. I mean, apples and oranges. It just when they keep making comments like that, it just exposes them more, to be honest. And it pisses us off, and it makes us say no to your ass and go to the other side. I'm gonna be honest with you. And that's what's happening now. Every time they do something to think it's gonna help their case, no, it just makes it worse. Yeah,
No,
they're the racist ones.
I just followed Shay because you're speaking my language. Like you're like, oh, my soul. I'm like, look, I think we can individually address grievances from certain communities without prefacing it as a speaking from authority type place. Meaning that I think that the public schools in inner cities that are predominantly, more of an ethnic variety are suffering. Therefore, the communities can't build. I think that's a point. I think you can make that point. But if you lead with, like, listen, I'm a black woman and I'm also a lesbian, you should listen to what I say, you're immediately discounted. Like, what are you talking about?
That's right.
You're an American, right?
That's right. That's right. And they're pushing the blame. Also, that's a blame game too.
Mm-hmm. But so let's play the clip. But I want to get your take on what Obama pulled the other day because
good.
I want to get your take on that. But before we do that, will you play that clip again, Adam, so she can hear it?
And y'all retweet the space, please, or repost it.
And play the nice Hispanic lady's comment. She seems to be a federal worker that seems to think that she's informed. I want to hear what she's got to say. I have no beef with her. She's welcome to ask that question because I know why she's asking it.
Those are the ones that we need to get on X.
The war, and they're getting prepare, and what happened this weekend.
Mike, that side of the room.
Thank you. Going to your point about voting, I'm a little bit negative about that being the last thing, because I think even if we vote, and I think after what happened this weekend, we see a movement starting and people and the young people getting very excited. Even if we win, it's not going to be enough, because we know that they are talking about civil war and they're getting prepared. And I think we have to think further than voting, even though I fully agree with what you're saying, but what else can we do?
Oh, my point from the beginning is it's not over with an election, even if the autocrat doesn't win, because the forces that have created this movement for autocracy are well-financed and not going away. That's not my point. We've been fighting this, but I just want to say it, because I've been Black all my life. There's never been a day we haven't had to fight for democracy in my lifetime, in my parents' lifetime, in their parents' lifetime. Democracy is not a promise, it's a commitment. So let's stay committed.
Would someone else like to comment on that? Because
I want to hear what Shay.
specter of civil war.
So hang on. So real quick, Shay. So this is in the context of they're having a symposium or a conference where they're talking about Donald Trump coming in or whatever, and like protections for federal workers, and they should be able to organize, and the government should be for the federal employees, not the president, and it's a bunch of Marxist crap. But that question was coming from it's coming from a place that, you know, we have autocracy on the ballot, that we would like to, as Americans, vote an autocrat into office. That's the premise of which this question was framed. Shay, I want to get your feedback on this.
Okay, so the title of it is Autocracy in America, the Threat is Real. That's the name, and it's a Norm Eisen conference, which Norm Eisen is a real shit sleazy lawyer.
I noticed that I'm going to answer it like this. Like, I noticed so you know the company Bath Body and Beyond? Well, anyway, there's some little pictures of, it looks like the Ku Klux Klan robe, the head part. And there's a big like lawsuit, and they're pushing it, and they're saying, oh, it was these little pictures were put on the cup or something, Bath Body they were selling, and it looks closer to the Ku Klux Klan. Hold on, please.
She had a knock at the door.
Yo, the community organizers are trying to shut her up. No, I'm just kidding.
I love it.
One second, y'all.
You're good. You're good. No, but like, I want to get her perspective on this. She seems like a East Coast Black woman that I want to hear that feedback. I also want to know if she's going to Madison Square Garden to support the boy.
Yes, I was thinking about it. I think I will go. I'm going to try to make it. Okay, so when I was saying they were showing, it just appeared in the Bath Body Beyond, which is every lady likes this company. And all of a sudden, the Ku Klux Klan robes, like little pictures of the robe, of, you know, the head part robe, is showing up on their products. So they write an apology, and it's all blown up, of course, because it's like a racist statement. But then when I look at the article and I look at the videos, they mentioned Trump. So I'm like, oh, wow. You know, were they able to market this, push this, and then bring up Trump rally? So to me, that was a big clue right there. I posted it on my X just to bring out the desperation of the matter. So then now they're going to connect the Ku Klux Klan robe to Trump's rally. Who does that? So I just want to bring out the desperation. And so when somebody says, look, I've been Black all my life, you know, and these people have the money, you know, to invest against our demise. So it's like you are the big boogeyman, and you're going to hide behind racism and talk about racism for the Trump's demise. So what I'm saying is it's the act of desperation, and they're going to go as far as they can, talking about a lot of lynching to persuade us not to vote for Trump. That's what that's about. To scare us, to put fear in us. Oh, remember, I was Black all my life. To bring back memories and fear, you know. But, you know, we know about Trump, and we do have our at first, to be honest with you, we were like, I don't know if we want to vote for Trump, but a lot of us do agree with his policies. See, okay. So, and that's what I want to say about that. That fear tactic is not going to work.
Well, my point is, if the only thing that your pitch is fear, and you should be afraid, okay, well, what is it that you're going to provide for real needs that we have as a community? What are you actually going to provide? Like, what are your proposals? And there are none. But I would remind people of the First Step Act. I would remind people of the Platinum Plan. I would remind people of the renewed funding of HBCUs. I would remind people of investment into opportunity zones. Matter of fact, Shay, I actually put out a clip from a guy. He's a campaign surrogate named Harrison Fields. He's actually down in Atlanta right now for that rally. I got a lot of my people on the ground for that rally. But listen to this. I want you to listen to this, because this is the argument that's being made by people on our side, saying, yeah, like, I actually recognize that there should be some programs to actually jumpstart economies within the Black community. And I think that they should have access to capital and to things that created generational wealth back in the 60s and 70s for white people. And I think that should probably be available to all Americans. But listen to this.
Donald Trump is the only Republican candidate, at least in my lifetime, but through history, that's actually making an effort to talk to Black Americans. But he also has a record of success when he goes into the Black community and talks about what he's willing to do when he's president again. Black Americans remember when Donald Trump introduced the First Step Act. That was a criminal justice reform plan in which Democrats had many opportunities to do, and they never did anything when it came to criminal justice. Donald Trump did that. When you look at opportunity zones, Donald Trump did that, which brought in capital into communities that were often overlooked and was able to generate generational wealth in a lot of communities like Milwaukee and Detroit. Donald Trump did that. I was just in Milwaukee for the RNC, sir. I talked to actual business owners that have been impacted by the opportunity zones, and they are looking. No, they have not, because they have.
You want to see something crazy? Go to Kamala Harris's page. Go to Kamala Harris's page. Don't go to like the VP Kamala Harris page. Go to actual Kamala Harris's page, because she wasn't always VP. Go into her profile, search Black men. You're going to see 2 posts, all within the last like 48 hours. And she didn't talk about that at all until an election cycle back in 2020. You can go see it for yourself. Again, I'm not making a pitch that's saying that, oh, we need to get this demographic. I'm saying that I want all Americans to succeed. That is what I want. That is what I want. That's what I've always wanted. That's why I have no problem aligning with Democrats, independents, moderates, and libertarians. I just want America to thrive. And that means all Americans, not creating them as some voting block and some demographic, and definitely not using it to speak from authority to keep people in fear without proposing anything that solves any problems that is a legitimate argument that I think that is being made, and I think it's being heard. And I'm also not making this argument as in, I just want you to vote for Trump and then I'm going to forget about you. You don't know me, Shay, but I've been talking about this long before this election cycle. Matter of fact, my main body of work is like censorship, industrial complex, and lawfare. And I've been talking about it for a long time. And I've been talking about criminal justice reform since like 2016, 2015, 2014, because it was something that I experienced personally, that I had to pay a ton of money and get a ton of lawyers and go through all these hoops to avoid the false actual prosecutions that I had to deal with, that I had to experience the criminal justice system in real time of how it's designed to keep you locked up and keep you away. As long as you have money, you're fine. That I think that is resonating with all Americans, not just Black Americans. But what he just said here is true. This is also true. So I'm also making that pitch, saying that's true. And what offends me the most about that woman Maya's comments, as a white American guy, what offends me the most about it is that she has to preface her argument as if she's been a victim in her entire life, and that you should just listen to me and Marxism is okay and you're a victim and stay afraid, but we're not actually going to propose anything that's actually going to solve any problems. And that's what is most offensive to me.
That is very offensive to most of us Black America. Now, I would say Kamala Harris made a comment in 2019, which we, in our community, because we are a powerful a voters block or a swing vote too, on this land. She said she made a promise back in 2019 on reparations. And she didn't hold to that promise. So that is another issue we talked about. So her promising Black men a $20,000 loan is an insult to injury, to be honest with you. And a loan like we're stupid and we're imbeciles. I'm going to give you a loan, a free loan that doesn't exist. So and so people are angry about that again. So I don't know who's advising her, but every time they open up their mouth or forward out a statement to the public, it just works against them.
Because they don't care. I mean, look what they do into North Carolina and Tennessee, like a $750 loan. And if you don't pay it back, you get to take your land. I mean, it's just absolutely stupid, like they did with Lahaina. It's so blatant and arrogant.
But how were they able to, first of all, we have illegals here. How are they able to buy houses? How are they able to get, I remember 6 points before I got my driver's license. You had to have a birth certificate. You had to have certain IDs to get your license. Even to get a car and a house, you had to have credentials, which took years.
These people, some of them come from places where they don't even like poop on a toilet. They poop in a hole. They don't know how to drive, and they give them driver's licenses.
And that's right. I see them. I'm in New York. I'm upstate right now. I'm from the city, but I'm upstate, and I'm in one of those communities, and I'm watching like, what? They're driving brand new cars. How did you get a car? I mean, how's the connection? Where'd you get the money from? How did you get $3,000 or $4,000 or $5,000 in food stamps? I don't get it. How did you get housing? Who put you up?
Yep. Who's paying for your rent for 2 years?
Who's paying for your rent for 2 years? And meanwhile, we're busting our ass. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you've heard of this, but yeah, they was asking some of us to turn over our pensions, our Social Security, our SSI checks over to the state county. Yes, they did, and I got the paperwork to prove it.
Please send that to me. I'll elevate it. I've got a platform network. Please send that to me.
Yes.
I've been talking about us paying our taxes.
Shay, I followed you. You can send me a link, or I can send you my email address. If you have some of this, I can actually make this a national thing.
Yes, and I went to, now here's the funny thing. When I went to the federal building of Social Security and I asked someone, I need to speak to someone about this, the person who came to speak to me can hardly speak English. And I said, I need you to show me some paperwork that this is legal. And she printed something out. Do you get what I'm saying? How do you get these jobs? You mean nobody in America wants to work?
There's no incentive. So if you create a system where you're rewarded by having more kids staying single, you can receive more government money. If you create a system where you can apply for grants or you can apply for these things if you meet these certain thresholds, there's no competitiveness, there's no competition. And then what happens is these corporations who would normally like compete to get employees no longer have to compete because they can actually lower how much they're going to spend per employee because they don't have to provide them with certain benefits or certain protections or whatever it may be, because they're not actually American citizens, but they're allowed to be in this country because you have a government that is supporting them. And so you ask me how these people get these jobs. It's that very reason. It's being incentivized through the federal government to be a nanny state for everyone and not actually incentivizing competition, which is the same conversation on tariffs. But real quick, Shay, look up in the nest. If you go to Kamala Harris's page and search reparations, no results. Well,
What?
That's interesting. You can go do it yourself if you'd like. Go ahead. Go look.
I mean, I feel like there's so many laws being broken right now. It's out of control.
Well, you can look at oversight projects work on how the NGOs worked with the illegal immigration to integrate them into the public, and then give them debit cards with 9-10 grand on them, give them a cell phone, give them all the food stamps, and then also oversight's work. You guys can go find that as well, where they actually have people that said they explained how the first 2 years of them being in this country, they live in these apartments, and these apartment developers and apartment owners are incentivized because they will actually receive the money and the rent on time from the federal government and from these NGOs, that they don't care who lives in these complexes. And so they find any reason they can to kick out Americans. Maybe they were late 15 days on the rent because inflation and everything else. Now they're kicked out, and they can put in a government-sponsored illegal immigrant into an apartment, and then the rent is paid for 2 years. Like, that's what's happening. That's happening.
Well, and well, listen, and also if you look at it from HHS, you've got these NGOs where the CEO of the one that James O'Keefe highlighted, he made over $1 million last year. I mean, and it's all grant money that they're getting for this shit.
I know people who were supposed to be placed in new housing developments, and their applications disappeared. And we would go in the office to see, well, who's working in the office, So I think one of them resigned. And there's another lady working there who is not from here also, who's not American. So I'm saying, this is what's going on.
Well, I think there's an investigation that I just now had an epiphany on. If you investigated Section 8 housing applicants, if you investigated Section 8, I bet you could probably find a bunch of people where their application just disappeared. They were placed on a waiting list for over 2 years. They're saying, well, there's not enough homes right now. There's not enough places right now. These are taxpayers, right? These are American citizens. Maybe they down on their luck, whatever, but they're still American citizens. They've been here their whole lives, generationally. Maybe they received some government benefits, whatever. I bet you could actually find a lot of evidence if we investigated like Section 8 HUD type activities. I bet you would find a lot.
That's right. I know of some.
Let Dr. Ben Carson get back in there.
I think so too. I do like Ben Carson. Yep.
Well, I have access to him. So if he does, if we're able to pull the guy across the finish line in November, and we somehow make it through all the disruption and destruction between November and January, and we somehow get to Inauguration Day, I'm pretty sure Ben Carson's going to have that same spot again. I have access to the guy. His wife, Candy, is really, really amazing. I love her to pieces. I think that we should probably actually start looking at this post-election. Like, I can't do anything between now and then. I've got too much irons in the fire. We're going out to get out the vote, people. The Biden administration wrote an executive order to fund all the get out the vote ballot harvesting people. Like, that's what I'm going after.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Our taxpayer dollars are paying for that, too.
Yeah, they are. It's Executive Order 14019. You can go look at it yourself. It's
again,
US government paying. Yeah, it's
the law.
Yeah. So, but I think that, like, if we were able to do all of this and get him across the finish line and get to Inauguration Day, I do have access to him, and I would suspect he would go back into housing and urban development. I think that's the investigation that needs to happen, because I think that you can actually find where most of this is occurring is the Section 8 housing urban development type sector, where a lot of this is happening and displacing American citizens, tax-paying citizens, maybe people on some kind of assistance, but they're getting removed or kicked out for any kind of reason whatsoever because the landlord or the building owner or the corporation is getting paid a guaranteed payment of 2 years from our federal government to house the illegal aliens in those places, displacing Americans themselves.
That is correct.
Speaking of which, Trash, I'd like your take on like the appellate court with Trump and them having to pay him back I think $5 million that they fined him, and them begging for them not to be sanctioned when they should actually, they should be worried about a lot more than just being sanctioned, like election interference.
Well, before you get to that, I just wanted to say, with all of these different things, that they're breaking the law, like, where are the governors and the AGs? Like, is there any sort of person that could, like we need to start, this is a real attack on our foundations, on our whole entire country. This is war that is being infiltrated on our soil right now on every level.
So Millie and I were talking today while I was at lunch. Her and I were on the phone. We have a standing problem. If you guys remember election challenges in 2020, blah, 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 we have a standing problem. And so there's a lot of these groups that are operating within these swing states. But in these swing states, you have Democrat attorney generals, secretary of state, or even governor, or all three. The only states that I've identified that we can even run anything through that would have standing, that would make it through the appellate courts, would be Texas, Louisiana, Missouri, not even Georgia, because even though Brad Kemp, who's the governor, and Kemp and Raffensperger, who's the governor and secretary of state in Georgia, they're establishment swine that hate America First, and they hate the coalition that was built between Democrats and America First Republicans. So they're not going to help us. So we have Missouri, Andrew Bailey, Attorney General. We have Jeff Landry, who is Attorney General in Louisiana. And we have Ken Paxton in Texas. But they're going to have to prove standing. But because like Michigan, as an example, you got Jocelyn Benson, who is Secretary of State in Michigan, and Gretchen Whitmer as governor. They're not going to move on anything ever. There is Dave Yost in Ohio, which is interesting because he was actually in support of Donald Trump at that time and America First principles and the things that we're talking about. So Dave Yost in Ohio is interesting. But every other state, North Carolina, Roy Cooper, Democrat, establishment hack, never. You've got Michigan, which is Gretchen Whitmer, Jocelyn Benson, which is like the center of like this communist takeover, never. Me here in Maricopa County, Arizona, I'm in Arizona, I've got the trifecta. I've got Katie Hobbs as governor, blue-haired goofball Marxist. I've got Adrian Fontes as Secretary of State, and I've got Attorney General, also blue-haired goofball. So like Arizona's screwed after 2022 and 2020 when they stole it.
Yeah, but you know what? We're going to get it back in 24.
Sure, but there's only a couple states out there that actually have the ability to actually not only have standing for their citizens, but then also be able to raise a challenge in the courts.
I feel like we should be able to challenge, the fact that some of these states are not requiring proof of citizenship. I feel like we should be able to say, no, we are not going to count your electoral votes until you clean up your shit.
And what happened? Glenn Youngkin purged a bunch of voters before the voting election in Virginia, and the Department of Justice is now suing in court Glenn Youngkin purging illegal aliens from voting in the election. That's happening.
The federal
right now.
government has no business being involved because they don't.
It's a states' rights issue. Yes, I understand the Constitution. I'm telling you, I'm operating under the rules. I'm operating under the rules that we've had to operate under the last 8 years. And I'm telling you, you have to have standing. Otherwise, they'll dismiss it on standing. They won't hear the merits of the case. They just dismiss it saying, you haven't proved that the people of Missouri, or you haven't proved that the people of Georgia have standing in a national election. Although
for everybody, for the audience, can you explain what having standing is? And you
standing means you have a direct effect on you, that something happened directly to you as a constituent of a certain state to be able to raise this challenge in the courts. So,
and we can't get the fundamental proof that that somebody's vote was not counted or whatever because the software is proprietary. And isn't that like part of it.
But more importantly, the problem is that we are so the benefit of this country, if we're not taken over by a bunch of Marxists that are perverting our system, the benefit is that we are a federalist country, meaning that all states agree to enjoin with the federal government for reasons of protection, border protection, and constitutional sovereignty, and protections of a tyrannical government for our constitutional rights. Like, that's a federalist system. We all agree on that. We're a constitutional republic. The problem is that when you have national elections, sure, you can raise a challenge from Montana, but you're going to have to prove that what happened in Fulton County, what happened in Detroit, what happened in Philly has a direct consequence on you in Montana. So most judges who are actually elected, not selected, or confirmed by our Congress don't want to touch it because it's political. They then say, well, we reject this case on standing. You have no standing, you in Montana, because we're a federalist system and it has no bearing on what happens in Fulton County. Yet we have the Electoral College, which is a federalist system. So they're operating in the gray area of excuses, and they don't want to take up the cases because they
are tyrannical. Like the things that are being done, like what Shay just talked about, and what we've seen with the trafficking, and what we're seeing with the weaponization, like the EPA having weapons, and what we're seeing with the DOJ being weaponized. Like they are already have broken the contract with, the states.
The contract of the Constitution, the contract of the Federalist Society that we would all agree to live under.
Right. Yes. So they've already broken that. So now we do not have to operate within those confines. Like we have to, the states have to be able to say, no more.
Good luck.
Our governor, Hochul, is supporting all of this in New York.
Which she was selected. She wasn't even elected. Yeah, sure, you could make the argument that like an incumbent Democrat that was elevated to governor after Andrew Cuomo under a sex scandal or he was just an Italian that is very handsy scandal. And as lieutenant governor, she took over as governor and then became the incumbent Democrat governor. Under that system, she then became, again, unelected, but selected when the mainstream media ran hit pieces and a hit on Andrew Cuomo. She became governor, and then the trending blue of New York reelected her. She was never elected. She didn't win the primary. She never debated. She was simply like the next, I don't know, like NPC Democrat, because we control the cities. Who gives a shit about North New York? Who cares about Buffalo? Who cares about the rest of upstate New York or any part of New York? Because New York City determines our elections. And because we are default Democrat, they can get rid of Andrew Cuomo. And listen, I'm not an Andrew Cuomo fan, to be fair. Like, the dude did some fucking horrible shit, but he's nowhere near the level of like demony that Kathy Hochul is. But because she's the default Democrat as the incumbent, she was then reelected after being selected when they got rid of Andrew Cuomo on some fake bullshit sex scandal. Like,
and she pearl clutches with a handsy,
she's a fucking demon. She was in she's literally from the movie Dark Crystal, right? Like, if you guys have ever seen Dark Crystal, like, she's literally from that fucking movie. Like,
yes, she is.
She's like Skeletor, right? Like, she's a terrible, terrible, terrible person, but she's the default Democrat. And the system is gained in New York. I have friends that are in Congress that are in New York, in Long Island, in New York. I've talked to Lee Zeldin. Like, I know these people. And I'm telling you, like, the default Democrat way of thinking of the broader populace of New York City, controls the politics of the entire state. New York is very similar to Illinois. And how I'm saying it is this. Chicago is deep blue, and it's been corrupt and deep blue since Al Capone. The same way that they run Chicago in Illinois with a all red state and a blue city is the same way that they run New York. You have an all red state with a blue city in New York City. And so if you're the default Democrat, because you oust her and insert a Lieutenant Governor Kathy Hochul, you get the same results. She's a default Democrat. We vote Democrat in the state because obviously we are blue dog Democrats, no matter what the policy is. So Kathy Hochul was selected. She was not elected. Kamala Harris is now the presidential nominee. She was not elected through primary. She was selected. The same math, the same way that Governor Newsom works in California, the same way that Wolf operates in New Jersey, the same way that Josh Shapiro, as Attorney General in Pennsylvania, that pushed through the voting changes in 2020 for COVID, although they were unconstitutional, and the Pennsylvania Supreme Court and our national Supreme Court said was unconstitutional, they just ignored. They said, fuck it, because we have a couple blue cities and we run this shit. It doesn't matter if the entire state is red or not. It's the same formula. But I'm here to say, I want to talk to people like Shay. I want to talk to people like her in Fulton County. I want to talk to people like her in Cook County in Chicago. I want to talk to people in New York. I want to talk to people in the Bronx. I want to talk to people at Madison Square Garden. I want to talk to people that are actually living under this and saying, no, we are not. And we are not going to do the art district faggots that go out there and say, we're blue no matter who. You do not get this anymore. And I'm here to fucking change it. And I'm here to unite with my fellow Americans in these cities that said, yo, we've been Democrat our whole life because that's what I thought we were supposed to do. And you can be Democrat, stay Democrat, like stay there. Like, do you believe in the establishment? And do you believe that Dick Cheney's fucking daughter is going to come over as a Republican when she got destroyed by Maggie Hagerman in fucking Montana? You're going to believe that she's going to come over and support Kamala Harris and Dick Cheney, the fucking warmonger that put us into war when George Bush lied us into fucking war for the next 10 years, ushered in the Patriot Act that basically allowed everybody, every American citizen to be monitored by the National Security Agency. The Edward Snowden, WikiLeaks, Julian Assange type shit. You want to allow that to happen? Nah, fuck that. I want a coalition of Democrats, Republicans, and fucking libertarians. I want American first people that want accurate representation within this government. And I want to join forces with people inside these cities that don't buy into this bullshit, that said this steal is enough. We're not fucking doing it. We're not doing it in Fulton. We're not doing it in Detroit. We're not doing it in Philly. And we're not doing it in New York anymore. And I want to make the rest of this country fucking represent themselves and have a representative democracy for them, a constitutional republic. If you guys want to know what the fuck I'm after, that's what I'm after. And so that's why I want to talk to people like Shay. I want to talk to people that are in Philly. I want to talk to people that are in Detroit. I want to talk to people in Chicago because I see what's happening to them. They're being displaced at a rapid clip. And in 5 years, if we don't address this, you're going to see American taxpayers, black, white, brown, yellow, purple, blue, whatever, be displaced. And they're going to be having to rely 100% on a nanny state government. That's what I'm here for. Not just for Donald Trump, not just for Republicans. I'm not even a fucking Republican. I'm not at all. I hate fucking Republicans and I hate Democrats alike. And I don't like libertarians either because they're goofballs. But I like the people inside of those orbits that I want to talk to, that want to give Americans the voices. And I'll shut up now. I'm done off my soapbox. My apologies. But I just need to make it clear of where I'm fucking at with this.
Well, Trash, you want to talk to people like Mr. Philby. You want to talk to the people in Virginia. Go, Mr. Philby.
Mr. Philby.
Yeah,
with us.
yeah, I'm here. I'm having a tax party here at my office.
Ooh, tax party. Sounds like fun.
Yeah, I'm helping people, on the last day of taxes. So listening to you all, but yeah, the federal courts have a lot of problems, and I think that the people are not going to be able to address that problem by showing up at the House of Justices and federal court judges. What's going to happen is they're going to have to use the apparatus that's designed to address it. And, you know, they can attempt to do it in a nice way, and you know, Congress can exercise its oversight authority and explain to these people that even though that there is a separation of power and that they get to interpret the law, that Congress has the ultimate authority over the law and over the courts, and especially over the power of the purse. So they can sit high and mighty on their bench and be little bitches, but they can do so in dirty underwear because nobody's going to come clean out their, you know, their pull-ups because they won't be able to afford a clerk.
Congress hasn't
And so you can have a closed session of the Judiciary Committee and parade a bunch of these chief judges of these courts down and say, listen, we're done with this. You're either going to read, you know, the black and white letter of what is written by James Madison and Thomas Jefferson and the rest of the founding fathers in the Constitution, and get off of this bullshit where states who come to you because you are their court, you know, they don't get to settle their dispute at the county courthouse. You are the arbiter for the states. And the Supreme Court is the ultimate arbiter for the states. And when you have 17 or 18 states with a burr up their ass, that's a pretty good indication that there's a whole bunch of citizens that have been affected. And that gives them standing. And for you to say that they don't have standing is arrogance beyond all imagination. Why the fuck would you say that a case doesn't have that a case should not even be heard because of standing? That's asinine.
Every American is a victim. Every spot on this, you know, in this country.
In the
is a
2020 election, the whole fucking country has standing. Period. I don't give a shit if you are a 96-year-old man who's a U.S. citizen who mailed his fucking ballot from a mountain in fucking Ethiopia. You got standing in the 2020 election. These people are disgusting. And they should be ashamed of themselves. And this is not the only area where they have done this. There are many other areas where they have used standing and latches and other bullshit areas of the law that they have created this weasel room to disaffect people. but in the same way as 26% of the people go to vote in an average year election, if you have elected judges, those are the same 26% that go to put them in office. So who do you have to blame? And if they're appointed judges and they're appointed by state legislature or the governor, who do you have to blame?
We got to have enough good judges. We have to have enough good judges. Like, we have enough good people that there's got to be something that we can do, because it's going to take more than just Trump,
Well, Trump can nominate people on the federal bench, but there are a lot of circuits and there are a lot of judges on circuits. And
didn't he appoint a lot of judges?
Almost 300 judges, I believe.
Yeah,
I mean,
so.
yeah, but the thing is that the judiciary needs to be cleaned up. I mean, you've got the Ninth Circuit is a massive circuit.
Yes.
It is vast. It's the entire Western United States almost. And, it needs to be broken up. I mean, I think there are like 30 judges in the Ninth Circuit. On the appeal court. That doesn't count how many circuit court judges there are. That's just on the Court of Appeals.
Oh, real quick.
Can you imagine having to stand in front of an en banc session of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals where you've got 29 judges to argue before? Because that's what it would be if everybody was there.
Chris, I think that the raccoon thought you were talking to him.
No,
I know.
Yeah.
He doesn't like that I have this, expensive microphone that I can yell into now.
Yeah, it's so good. You sounded so good, by the way.
What do you got, a blue?
I got a Shure microphone.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice. Fancy, huh?
Hey, so guys,
I got to go. I'm going to get back to listening. I'm sorry for my soapbox.
No, it was awesome, Chris.
You're good.
It was so awesome. I really appreciate everything that you said, and I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, sometimes you got to take a hot fireplace poker and put it where the sun don't shine.
Exactly. Well, real quick, we're going to go to Nick. I want to thank I think our streaming is done, but
all our viewers.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody that's streaming on Rumble and pill.net, QUX, kick.com.
We're the ones streaming, Kim. We stream. They view. Stop calling them streamers. Just kidding. I gotta bust your chops because you keep doing it, and you're not the only one.
They're streaming.
No, we are streaming. They're viewing.
They're not viewing. They're listening.
Who's listening?
Okay, can I finish what I'm saying? I can call them whatever I want. They love me no matter what. So,
we love them too.
So real quick, I hope everybody enjoyed this conversation. Rose, I see you down there. I'm not sure how long you were here for, but we got trash, man. We were listening to that NYU thing. We could only find one part of it though. They scraped it, so hopefully you archived it somewhere.
7 hours, Kim. That was like me and you sat and we played like several sections.
But we didn't get to that one that we wanted to get to. We didn't get to that.
You know why? Because we were playing it. That's why we were playing it and going through it. And I think they knew that somehow. Yep. And just decided to delete.
Archived it. I think Kelly
7/8 of it.
I think Kelly actually archived it, so I just need to go back and look.
Kelly would be our hero. That would be
This is-
amazing.
I think specifically that one because we played it in that space. She's amazing.
Yeah, we played it. We still have that recording as well in the space of it. That's true. If we go back to
Yeah,
that
but we don't
space.
have the panel I wanted to do, which was Bill Crystal, Norm Eisen, and Jen.
Yeah, we never got to that.
Anyway,
And it's been so crazy with like left and right, like all these like whack-a-mole things keep
I
popping
just
up on
want to
us.
say one more thing.
Yes.
Even when we did have standing, even when Justice Alito heard a case out of Pennsylvania and ordered the state of Pennsylvania to separate ballots and not to put them in with the ballots that were going to be counted because they were ballots that were coming in after election day. They basically told Justice Alito to go screw himself.
Well, you saw that came out the other day again.
And counted them anyway and mixed them in so that they couldn't, there's no way anybody could tell. And, he is responsible for that circuit. And that was a binding federal order from the Supreme Court. And they just ignored it in Pennsylvania.
I think that they should lose their electoral votes in that situation.
Well, Chris, you also had like the legislative branch threatening the judicial branch. You're gonna start a whirlwind, Kavanaugh, and all this stuff. These people are unhinged in the legislative branch. They think they are who they are, but they're not anything. Like they're weasels. They're people that like were awkward their whole life. Never fit in. It's funny. That guy got so upset when I said Kamala Harris wouldn't get along in a Jamaican barbecue. I live in South Florida. I got a lot of Jamaican people that live down here, and I've been to quite a few Jamaican parties. And we're sitting there. We got all the snapper on the grill. Everyone's jamming to some good music and chilling. She would not fit in. Trust me. In Broward County, they'd be like, "Get that."
You don't have any cats on your grill down there, do you?
No, man, this is
It's
Florida.
Haitian.
Listen, I lived in South Florida. I lived in like the last place I lived before I moved to Central. I lived in Boynton Beach, which is like 80% Haitian. I had Haitian friends that I went to high school with. Like we got along. My neighborhood, like honestly, like 90% of it was Haitian people that I lived amongst. We were chill. Like all nice people. Like my downstairs neighbor was actually somebody I went to high school with.
And they didn't have any stray animals.
No cats, no nothing. But if you're bringing people fresh off the island, and they practice voodoo up in there, that's no joke. I've been to Miami, like Amelia Earhart Park, and there's like under the like bridges, you see like little bones and like ritualistic type stuff.
They
like,
mostly use
and
chickens.
It's like, stay away from that
mostly
voodoo.
use chickens.
So Adam, my family is from Broward County, and my grandmother owned 15 properties in like right off of Power Line Road between Sunrise and Oakland Park. And I mean, like every one of her tenants was Haitian, and she collected rent on a weekly basis. And I would go riding with her to go collect rent. And let me tell you something. It was definitely a treat to be
You got your Zopound down here and things like that, like there are some gang type people, like you got Zopound, you got, like you've seen them in Bad Boys too. He shot me, man, he shot me.
Dude, they didn't play if they rented from my grandma.
Yeah, the Zos are pretty wild. Yeah, definitely. But there are like plenty of like, good people on both sides. Oh no, I said it. No, but there's definitely some great Haitian people that I know down here that I grew up with that like, our neighbors, like the guy downstairs, he would send like his mother, very nice lady. She'd pack up. She had her garage full of stuff that she'd send to Haiti. Like, you know, like people would give donations and stuff. She was a real good, nice Christian woman. And the guy, Mark, was, I went to high school with him. He played football for Spanish River High School, you know, like, like, like it's just like when you bring people from a different culture, you got to give them a chance to assimilate. And the way they dumped people like from a whole different culture into like, what was it, Michigan?
Well, it's Ohio, it's everywhere. So it's just like it's just like I was saying, you know,
it's culture
these
shock,
people are
you know?
literally pooping in holes. Okay, they don't have indoor plumbing, and then you're going to go give them a driver's license and you're going to throw them out in our society.
I don't even care about that, man. Like, you know, like that's unfortunate. That sucks.
No, right, but what I'm
proper
saying
plumbing,
is that
you know what I mean? Thanks to Hillary Clinton, all the money she stole from
the Haitians that you and I are talking about. I mean, they've been here for 30 years.
Like, they hate Hillary Clinton, the Haitian communities down here in Florida. They hate her with a passion. They know what the Clintons did to them. And, like, you could talk to them. They'll tell you straight up, screw that bitch. You know?
100%. Well, I think that this was a delightful conversation. I really can't wait to dig into the podcast that we found. Rose is so good. It's down in the pill. But you got to go back and listen to Trash talk about the panel that we were listening to. It's quite entertaining.
I hope I did well.
You did
Kim,
great.
Because
You
I was grilling food and running up
You
and
did
downstairs to like play the audio. So I've been juggling.
No,
here.
you did
I didn't
fantastic.
even get to eat. My family ate though, so that's important.
I really appreciate it. You did fantastic. And I thought that it was a very enlightening conversation. And we've definitely got some great clips there. Christopher and Trash had some monumental epiphanies. And Shay, you are just awesome. Thank you so much for your contributions.
Welcome to the American Mission family.
Yeah, I had followed.
We're glad
I
to have
followed
you.
her
We
on.
want to see more
I
of you.
followed her on the American Mission account last night when she came in, or the night before, and then I was like, tonight I was like, oh my gosh, I'm not following her, and I was like, oh, I was on the other account.
Yeah, I followed her with my personal account, the little Trump Batman there.
I want to say thank
if you want to follow me back,
to the
Shay.
panel for letting me speak. Thank you, Kim, Adam, Trash, Chris. Thank you all.
Yeah,
America.
Well, I really, make sure that you turn on notifications, guys. Follow all the speakers up here, because it'll tell you when we're in rooms, and then you can come in. We love all of our listeners, all the contributors. We do try to get back to everyone. Please make sure you're following American Mission, and go to americanmission.com. We just dropped some new t-shirts and hoodies and all that kind of stuff. It's our new design. It's a Betsy Ross flag, and it says "Make America Your Mission." So go check it out.
Yeah, also give everybody in the room, give Shay a follow. She's got a fairly new account, and that's the thing that I try to do is lift people up, like to have new accounts. Like, I don't care how many followers you have. If you're a genuine person, you interact with me, we talk, I meet you in a space, then I'm hitting you off with a follow, as long as we interact. But like, I get followers that I don't follow right away, but once they interact with me, I know they're legit, they're a real person, and Shay seems as real as it gets.
Absolutely.
So hit her off with a follow, fam. Make it happen.
Absolutely. And also, guys, our motto is you got to show up, and all you got to do is share. It doesn't matter how big or small your account is. If you share, it's going to go places. And share it on your other social media. Put it on Facebook. But when you put the link to the space, like write a post and then put the link to the space in the comments. Because if you put it into the post itself, it'll like suppress it. So that's a little tip there.
And liking things doesn't hurt your account. I go through and blast a bunch of likes for people that I support, so like, that's the one thing, like a like won't like hurt you. It just takes a second to hit that button, and then like that helps boost people up.
Well, and also
boost the information that we're trying to get out.
Bookmark.
So vice versa, we'll hit you off.
Well,
too.
and bookmark you can always bookmark it because it's a recorded space. You can go back, you can listen to something if you want to hear something again. So you can clip it. This content we put out here for everyone to share, just to get the word out. It's not about us. It's not about money. I mean, trust me, I work my tail off. Okay. I do this for free. It's about like informing Americans that we need to wake up and stop this nonsense because we are completely taken over. And there is recourse that we can do if we all get our heads out of our asses and get to work.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull some Sand Ninja stuff like from Aladdin. Wake up and smell the hummus.
I will end with what I started with. Up in the nest, you will find the article that Kelly and I put together. It's got a few clips about what our federal government is doing with children. Okay, there's a petition in there. It's free. Go sign it. Share it. Share it on your other platforms. There is no reason why taxpayer money should be going to trafficking children by our federal government. And we're just going to sit here and be like, okay, no, what's happening? I mean, come on. This is absolutely ridiculous.
Wars that we didn't officially declare as a country through our Congress, like through our representative branch. They're supposed to represent us and vote on a declaration of war. We haven't been doing that, but these people in Congress are getting kickbacks since forever. And
we haven't declared war since World War II.
I don't consent to my dollars being used for that, for blood money, basically. Like you're making me an accomplice in war, and overthrowing governments and trafficking children. None of this. I don't consent to any of it, but unfortunately, the government holds a gun to my head that if I don't pay my taxes, then, I have to go to jail. And if I don't want to go to jail, then I get a bullet in the head. Well, when it came to the jabs, I said, yeah, come put a bullet in my head because I'm not taking that shit,
I totally
get it. Yeah, I'm glad that we could stand, the children have to be the line in the sand here, because if we don't stand up for the children, God, we have a day of judgment, and I'd rather answer to God than answer to them. These people are not God.
No, funny you should say "line in the sand" because that is the name of James O'Keefe's documentary, which is where I got the clips from. If you go to the first clip, and I really implore all of you to watch it, it's not something you can't stomach. At this point, you should know what's going on. It's you're not having to necessarily go through it, but these children are, and it's important that we look at what is happening. This little girl, she wants to be a painter, and the look on her face, she's just wrecked. We want people to come to this country. We want people to immigrate to this country, but like Dustin says, we don't want them to be broken when they get here. This is horrible.
You're either, this is the way I look at it. You're either a God-fearing individual or you're obviously a Luciferian fearing individual, because these people are friggin' evil. And that's what else is it? To be doing this, it's evil. If you can't admit that to yourself, then God knows, what God has in store for you. You have a day of judgment, just like as we all do. And we to stand by and say nothing.
Well, what in the documentary, what people do is they say, it's my job. I have to do it. They're getting paid $28 an hour to do this. And they're like, they won't look at you in the eyes.
Well, that's what the Nazis
exactly
said, it's my job. Oh, sorry. I went along with it. If you know what's wrong, then you stand up, and enough people stand up. That's the problem, is no one stood up. And there are I'm not correct there, because there are plenty of people standing up, but not enough.
No, that's the thing. So
the problem.
Guys, please go out and check that out. And Nick, I see you had your hand up. Do you want to go real quick, and then we're going to wrap this thing?
Sure, I won't take too long. I just wanted to say that freedom is not free. The Department of Justice They just issued like a,
Sorry,
what is that, a 5240.01 directive in September that's allowing the federal military to use lethal force against American citizens on American soil. So they're gonna, no matter who you vote for.
That's fear mongering. Don't worry about it. That's going to be used to collect the illegal aliens.
Well, like it could be used against them. It could also be used against us because, like, people are saying,
All that go out and vote for
bro.
Trump. Drag 10 people with you.
The bureaucracy, the federal government, and all the bureaucrats that are running the federal government are mostly communists, and that's
100%.
Nasty
Absolutely.
shit all over the country. Like,
Absolutely.
there's Chinese spies in New York. There's Chinese spies in California. Like the California ballot
Police stations.
is the white people are like the minority, Spanish people are the majority, but a California ballot, it's English and Mandarin Chinese. Why is that?
Oh, 100%. I mean, so there are, I want to say 17 of these camps or encampments with thousands and thousands of people in them in Arizona, in Texas, in California. There's 2 huge ones. I mean, there's so many things that are like against everything. I mean,
California is a lost
again, we
cause,
shouldn't count
honestly.
their electoral votes should not count because they are
violating,
compromised in their elections. They are not checking for citizenship,
adhering to the federal
exactly.
favors,
So we should not have to count
the Constitution.
The other states should say no. We do not accept your electoral votes because your election system is broken, and you're breaking our laws. And I don't know why
weren't they talking about seceding?
I just think I don't know why the other states can't do that. We have enough states that are red.
That takes a convention of states,
No.
and we really don't want to go
No,
there.
I don't think it takes a convention of states to do that.
It doesn't matter what state you live in either. You
I
know
may be
who
wrong.
Nancy Pelosi is. You know who Adam Schiff is. You know who
I mean, they
Harris
should all
is.
be arrested. They should
You
all
know
be
who
arrested.
Gavin Newsom is. It's like you know who these people are, and they're not even in your state.
But I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's absolutely insane that, like, how are the people in California not losing their shit? Like, that's what I don't understand, because it's awful.
They are. I'm sure they are. California is more red than we think it is, or it shows off as it is. You know, that recall election where you had
Right,
Kevin
but and
Paffrath,
yet I'm on conference.
Larry Elder
I'm on
running against
conference
them.
calls.
They rigged that.
Right, but I'm on conference calls all day with people in California, and like, everybody's just acting like it's just normal to have people pooping on the streets and
Stockholm syndrome. What can we say? You know, it's tough to break.
That's frustrating.
So, it's
anyways,
it's
the
sad.
thing we can do is make sure that you guys go out and vote. Please vote. If you have to vote early, fine. If you have to vote by mail, okay. But please vote. Your vote is very important, and take 5 friends with you, please. Get your neighbors, knock on their door, bring them some brownies or a cookie or something, and take them with you to vote. Offer to take, if you've got some elderly people that live around, say, hey, I'll take you to lunch and we'll go vote, or something like that. Make it a date, but go vote and take somebody or 5 people with you.
And Nick, I wouldn't stress that, honestly, because we had somebody in here earlier that has family members that are pretty high up in the military, and that's not going to float. You got to realize we still have a lot of good people in the military. God bless them. They are our military, and one day we'll be veterans as well, and we got to be able to take care of them. And they know that we're going to take care of them. They're not going to turn on the American people. It will never happen. I don't think so, unless they bring in, start flooding in the illegals.
What do you mean start flooding in the illegals? They're fucking already flooding.
I mean, into the military. You don't
think they've already given them weapons? Okay.
Yeah, they've got their secret stashes probably, but that's why we need this sort of action available. So when they do try something, we got to realize that we got to hold down our neighborhoods, get down, get friendly with our neighbors, have, ability to react to anything, some sort of movement on our neighborhoods. But in regards to the rest, we're not taking to the streets as Jamie Raskins wants. That's what they want. The only people that they're going to bust up is these Federate Front losers that hide their faces, the Antifa losers that hide their faces, all these people that are going to stage this, so-called civil war, as they like to play.
I'm not
We're not
talking about those guys. I'm talking about the 300,000 Chinese nationals that are here.
No, I know that. And those people are going to be actors as well, along with the Antifas and the Federate Front, and the Ukrainian Nazis, So, we're just going to hold down our neighborhoods, hold down our forts, and that's about it. And take care of our neighbors if that crap does pop off. And realize that, this what is it? The 5240.01 can be, it's something. You have 20 million people that came into the country illegally. That there's got to be a response that the National Guard is going to need some help with clearing up these people. And, when they do act up, they activate. You know what I mean?
I think when Donald
didn't
Trump
we just send 40,000 National Guard out of the country?
Yeah, right before the hurricane, or as the hurricane hit,
Yeah. Okay.
But from my understanding, it's a cycle that they actually get cycled out. That they send people at this time. It was already pre-planned that they were to deport. I mean, depart, not deport. Depart out there, and then the next cycle comes back in. As far as National Guard goes. So I'd like to pinpoint that on that. I don't know. It might be just coincidence of timing that they were departing at that time. They should have left them to stay here until the parties out there.
This is
but
why you're
you
not
can't
supposed to have a standing
out there either.
army when it's peace times. This is why.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's wrap it.
Well, let's wrap it. We'll go out with a little bit of music. And thanks for everybody joining us. Make sure you're following Shay, Nick, Chris Philby, Adam K, myself. I'm talking in third person, but Trump does it, so why can't I? And Kimberly, of course.
And don't forget Kelly and No Rose, and I see Craig down there,
yeah.
white hat. Yeah, you guys. And I always like to scroll to the bottom and pick a couple other people, to follow.
100%. It's all about picking each other up and growing together, and getting the word out. So God bless you all. God bless America, but God bless Trump. And let's do this. RFK and the whole crew, the people that really care about this country, not the Dick Cheneys, the George Bushes, the Obamas, the establishment uniparty elite from both Republicans and Democrats. Yeah, we hate them all. So yeah, let's get this. From
the heartland to the city lights, we stand together proud and bright. Generous hearts and mighty hands, America first in our own land. America first, let's heal our own with love and pride in seeds we've sown. Through trials and struggles, we'll stand tall. America first, we answer the call. Fields of gold and mountains grand, united we rise hand in hand. When troubles brew and times are tough, America first, it's more than enough. America first, let's heal our own with love and pride in seeds we've sown. Through trials and struggles, stand tall. America first, we answer the call. We're giving aid across the sea, but it's time we turn to you and me. Fixing roads and helping schools. America first, that's the rule. In our hearts, the spirit's strong. We know where our efforts belong. With hope and faith we carry on. America first, our guiding song. America first, let's heal our own. With love and pride in seeds we've sown. Through trials and struggles, we'll stand tall. America first, we answer the call. America first, in every plea, united forever, for you and me.
You know, I love that song because, you know, it speaks to what we're dealing with. These people selling us out to foreign nationals and trying to take away our U.S. sovereignty. And one person that I've seen is Donald Trump. He went to the UN. He spoke about U.S. sovereignty. He went to the WEF, spoke about U.S. sovereignty, about making America great, manufacturing and all the above. And that's why that man speaks to me, because I've been for that for a while. And with that being said, I wish you all a great evening. Get some good rest. We got about 20 days left. Use early vote action to go knock on some doors. Don't worry about running into some lunatic Democrat, because it's mostly people that have voted Republican, might be low propensity voters, and you'll be able to have a good conversation with them and make sure that they're, you know, not going to sit on their hands, that they're going to go out and vote and get involved, because, you know, I believe it's like something like 30% that actually goes out and votes. And that's pathetic. You know, like, we need more people to get involved and not let this country, this republic, slip away from us. And that being said, God bless you all. God bless America. God bless Trump, and have a good night. We'll see you in the next America Mission Space. Take care.